Hello, welcome back to our second day of Rogue Trader. We are playing as a heretic captain officer. We have taken control of the vessel from the Von Valancians, which, I mean, I guess we are Von Valancian. And we have just recently gotten ourselves a brand new navigator named Cassia, who seems like a lunatic, but like, we're kind of into it. Not as much of a lunatic as our unsanctioned psyker, but navigators have a whole other list of different abilities that psychers don't have, which is pretty interesting. So when we last left off, our game was glitching out and all of the terrain was gone. I have solved that with just basically reloading the game. I have picked up our two samples from the puzzle at the end of yesterday. Adaptive Antidote, which gives immunity to toxic damage, but suffers our toughness. And then a warp neutrality, which basically turns us into a blank, grants immunity to warp damage, but a -10 penalty to fellowship, and you can't do warp damage. So it obviously like nerfs our psychers pretty bad, but like it means that Abelard can just like kill a psyker without problem. The other last little housekeeping note is I did pick up levels at the end of yesterday. So I went through last night and like did like a deep dive into all the skills, so we kind of know what we're talking about and what we're doing. I picked up lasting impression. So now when we use voice of command, it stays permanently instead of only lasting for one round. But after the first round, it goes down to half effect. But because it stays permanently, effects like bring it down still trigger as if the ally is under the effect of voice of command. So we can get like better momentum boosts. We can kind of like separate and play out who we're giving buffs to. And then I took a fellowship bonus. On Abelard, we took Reckless Strike, which basically forces a character to fight Abelard on the next turn, on top of doing just a bunch of extra damage. It does 100% extra damage, does like 20% armor penetration, and ignores parry. And he took an athletics boost, seeing as we've had him like jumping over things. He's kind of our only athlete right now. Adira picked up ballistics calculation. So this is an operative ability. So she does extra 15% damage if things are further away, which like we took the skill that lets her hit things really far away. So if something is at a distance of 10 currently, she deals an extra 15% damage. And also, if it's at full wounds, she deals an extra 15% damage. So she's a really good opener. And we took perception on her. Rooney, thank you so much for the resub, my dude. Hope you're doing well. Hope streams are good. On Argenta, we took an agility bonus and concentrated fire. So now if she does burst fire, it basically does more damage and has a higher chance to hit. It just seemed like a good idea. And then on Cassia, I had to do a bunch of levels on Cassia. So I'm turning her into buffer because Adira is like strictly, I'm using her as like an offensive mage, let's call it. I'm taking Cassia more as like a priest. So when she targets things, they gain an extra 10% armor. They also get temporary wounds based on her willpower, which she's buffed. And they get an extra 10% armor from Armor of Contempt. So they get temporary wounds and basically 20% extra armor whenever we affect an ally. But if our Veil Degradation is really high, which it often will be, this 10% armor goes down based on Veil Degradation. So it's cool. I've noticed the difference basically between psychers and navigators is psychers do well when Veil Degradation is higher. Like they crank the Veil Degradation and like rip open the warp. But navigators, because they're like controlled, they're like mutant psychers, they actually have a bunch of abilities that stop Veil Degradation from growing and like keep it maintained. But also because we're going heretic, we eventually get bonuses for having high Veil Degradation. So like, we'll ditch Cassia eventually.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
You didn't know Reboot was Canadian. You got to translate it in French in Quebec. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You had Fox for English morning cartoons, but not YTV in Quebec. You didn't have YTV here. That's crazy. I live in Quebec now, so I vibe with you. I hear you. And Siberian. Hello. Hello, dudes. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good stream. Much obliged. What were you playing? Let me give you a shout out. Placid Plastic Duck Simulator? You're gonna have to tell me about that one. I've never heard of that one before. That sounds like a hoot. Welcome on in. We're just jumping back into Rogue Trader. We just picked up our navigator, and look at our fat arse up in that throne, living the dream up here in our fancy Rogue Trader throne. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart beats furiously, your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the Rogue Trader. Leave us. This is right. We kind of like killed her whole family, so she might not be super stoked with us. Little bit of duck streaming, very chill, and duck watching. Yo, that's amazing. I'd watch some ducks. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. We might get to know some of our officers a little bit more today, I think. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, lowering her lashes slightly, and turns to you. By what right do you issue commands on my vessel? Do not forget that you are alive solely thanks to my magnanimity. Yeah, let's do that one. We are a jerk. Her ruby red eyes seem to glitter with intense emotion, whether anger or fear, it's hard to say. Casting her eyes down, she continues quietly, choosing each word with care. Forgive my insolence, Rogue Trader. It was not my intent to weave coppery threads around you or to appear ungrateful. All right, well, good. Then what do you wish to speak about? Nothing of consequence. I see now, for you have already made it quite clear on board this vessel that my hands and lips are bound by your will. Therefore, I do not wish to fritter away time on pointless conversation. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I think I might have to stop being jerks to everybody because I think I'm missing quests. Can you play this game in different styles? You can play as like different types of characters, yeah. So there's like three kind of like moral boards that you can play as, like Heretic, Iconoclast, and Devoted. And then there's a selection of different classes and stuff that you can play, and you can kind of mix and match. You kind of prestige into different classes as time goes on as well. So on top of having like whatever companions you want. So we're being like, we're kind of a jerk. We're noble. We're a fat noble heretic is what we're playing as. I don't know why I have to keep saying fat. I think just because of literally the way that he looks. Like, this is our character in the corner. He's a jockey boy. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Why do you refuse red? Uwe will give his blood before the ritual as always. Hell yeah! Tell me more. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence. I must merge my mind with that of the machine's spirit and become one with the vessel. She lifts the lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use my House Warsilio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of errant thoughts. And then it's time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp. Among the nightmares, vision, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth and will lead me from star to star, from system to system. The light, the guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Warsilio never lose their course. So for those of you who don't know, who are not familiar with like 40k war, crash course. The warp is like an alternate dimension that exists on top of regular dimension, but it's where emotions live, and it's like all of the emotions are like a toiling mess there. So it's also commonly referred to as like chaos. And the way navigators work is literally their third eye, which is in the center of their forehead, can see into the warp. And in the warp, there is a lighthouse of light, and that is where the Emperor is. So the Emperor just like basically is dead on his throne and is just fed psychers every day. So he's just like given tons and tons of psychic energy, and he projects this great light across all of space, and navigators use that to guide themselves through the warp and always be able to like find their way around because of it. So there's your super crash course. I'll deliver these. I don't see any reason not to. I don't need to be rude about that. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of the warp eye when it's opened. Oh yeah, also if you look in a warp eye, it drives you crazy, like instantly. Actual third eye. Actual third eye. Navigators are mutants. So she has that crystal on her head, and that's literally covering up an eyeball. Sounds like my day job. You have an interesting day job if you're traveling through the warp. I'll oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge. May the Emperor's light help us all. A Rat King Emperor. Who needs him? Initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. I love that she uses blood to navigate the warp as a heretic. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. This is a great, very well-written description of the warp. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her. No, of me. It's a frozen ray lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. Beyond the wall of glass, so like within the warp, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. That could be about anybody. Secrets. Exciting the first 2 months and then gets boring quickly. Yeah, that's most jobs, I feel. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her finger emits sparks and the Voxcaster falls silent. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored. It will not happen again. Voxmaster, see to it that you receive 5 lashes for this show of clumsiness. What is happening to Cassia? Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of her rite, as was for her predecessor. I will arrange the bodies to be removed from the sanctum after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onwards. The way is blocked. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me when you have need. So also all machines have like ghosts inside of them in this world. It's the best way to describe it. Kratz on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments. There are several matters that require your attention. I want to report on the condition of the station. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rycad system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Navis Nobilite brought us precious time. We can send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Interesting. Noroth, hello? Your ship needs a Windows update? Yeah, actually, we're trying to find a tech priest who can perform rites, basically Windows updates on our ship, on our engine specifically. People had to be on drugs when they made this. I mean, look, 40k is like crazy dark. It's really funny that I'm like, I'm gonna whip this guy for like breaking a lever, But that's also like what a captain in 40k would do. Like, that's the messed up part about it. I'm like, I'm going to take the evil option, but the evil option is just like normal in 40k. It's a terrible, terrible universe. I will not stoop to pillaging. Oh, absolutely. I want to say gather components that may be of use on the ship. That feels the most valuable to me. Technological components for our own vessel. Because that'll probably give us like ship upgrades where valuables will just be like money. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engineer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by a tech priest. We're also missing some crew, and more importantly, we have not reached the right hand of the Inquisition. Now we know for sure he's not at Urek, so keep this in mind when making further plans. Why is it always business with you, Vigdis? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain, if you are interested in this week, we passed a record low rate of minor disturbance in the lower decks. The senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for lubricant used in a kitchen servitor implant maintenance. The quartermaster of Store Compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10, even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack. Thank you, Vigdis. That will be all for now. All right, we checked out Ricus Majoris. We have to go to this prison planet, which is like probably where the Inquisitor is. Quests, Machine Spirit Keeper, New Blood, land on Ricus Majoris. This is going to get me my 6th character. The Machine Spirit Keeper, the Admech Priest. Do machines in 40k actually have spirits in them, or do they just believe they do because they've lost much knowledge of the tech they use? I believe they actually do, because they talk, and like people who are like psionically linked, like the navigator literally forms a relation with the ship. Like they mind, like they merge their minds, and navigators will talk about how like the ship fights them on certain things. So I'm under the impression that like the machine spirits are real entities, sort of thing. Now, one could also argue that this exists in our world, and like, I don't know, man, if you're good to your technology is often good to you in return. People who mistreat their technology often have more problems with it because they don't understand things like the warning signs and whatnot. Is this a personality? Is this, you know, I would argue computers have personalities, personally, but I'm also like a big technophile. Reason a lot of 40k Imperium is based on Nazis. Yeah, I mean, the Imperium of Man is like a super fascist government. Machine Spirit, New Blood, land on Ricus Majoris. Like, this is probably where the Inquisitor is. The prison planet? That seems reasonable. You know what? Let's just go here. Oh. Lord Captain, there's a commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the ward room where uninitiated crew members are shutting her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought her to the deck. Very good. We use percussive maintenance, a big hammer. Both, they have spirit because because they've lost lots of knowledge. For normal machine spirits anyway, I don't know about machine. Yeah, I know, like, what are they called? Not vanguards. Juggernauts? Dreadnoughts. Like dreadnoughts are basically giant mechas, right? Or like medium-sized mechas, really. And Titans are like massive mechas. And both of those also require people to like kind of merge with their machine spirits. And they're like, there are multiple personalities in here. So much so that I think like dreadnoughts can refuse certain people to bind with them, if I'm remembering that correctly. Dreadnoughts have a dead space marine in them. Yeah. I mean, a dead space marine, a very crippled
Captain,
space marine.
My apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
She's engrossed in perusing dusty tomes which appear to have been neglected by other officers because of sloth or dullness. Cassia looks up at you, starts, and hides a weathered book behind her back. I did not give you permission to leave the bridge. I mean, I can be a jerk, but only for good reason. I don't mind her wandering around. I see you're fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves.
I still am the captain, right?
I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course.
Basically, robot sarcophagus. Yeah,
most
yeah.
of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
I don't really have a problem with my navigator wandering the ship. Like, the crew can just deal with that. This is not really something that I think is like... As far as I'm concerned, my navigator wandering the ship is more likely to drive people into heresy than away from heresy. So, who is the pilot? I mean, you could argue Cassia is the pilot. She's the navigator. But there is also a pilot. I can't remember his name. He's not like unimportant NPC. He does have a name. He's on the bridge. The events that took place on Urak could have shaken you greatly. Your only attendant is your valet. My servants not measure to your standards? Yeah, your only attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
This is the guy with no tongue. Perception test. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, and awkwardly hides her clawed fingers at the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers. It is unsurprising then that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. I will ask if she's well.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Her response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility.
I don't know who you're talking about.
But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
I forgot that we can also romance people because it's an owl cat game.
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain.
Oh no.
No
I definitely have to go with Adira though. She's a lunatic. Titans are like ships. They have a main pilot who physically bonds with them and absorbs part of them. But basic Titans have hundreds or if not thousands of mind echoes in them that kind of form a weird personality. Okay, yeah. That sounds right. But I think it's probably how the ships are too. My understanding is the ships are more like one single mind. But I'm also like, I've only read, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so 40k books. So I'm still like fairly new to the universe. I only started getting into 40k about 2 years ago, so. Psychically bonds with them. I just stopped talking. Nah, yeah, it's okay. Well, I'm learning. I like learning about 40k. This is one of my favorite things about streaming is they teach me lots. Chat always teaches me Warhammer lore. I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. I mean, do I want to hit on Cassia? I probably shouldn't sleep with my navigator. That seems like a bad idea. Though she is very pretty. Ah, you know what? This is actually what I'm going to say. This is the heretic term. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it's just as natural to share them with others. This is like all chaos comes from emotions.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station.
Do it.
Of Fearbold and Felek.
It also keeps it open if we want a romance.
They were merely the keepers of Urak.
Just in case, you know.
So, why do memories of those two?
Crazy always takes priority.
Heaviness here.
She places a plant hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement.
More turbulence gets a whole new meaning.
Oi, outside my familiar walls. And into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... My delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
Okay, they're really forcing me into this right now, whether or not. Relationship with your navigator is the definition of cray cray. Also, good morning. Good morning. Imagine managing the Futurama episode where Bender dates the ship. Yes, exactly. I could be really rude to her, but I don't feel like that's the right choice. It's like hit on her, super hit on her, be super rude to her, or like share things about myself. I'm not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Well, no, that's not true. I'm very much in the habit of doing that. Can the rogue trader truly have friends? I guess he can.
Indeed.
I say that our own life got turned upside down.
Know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Because I do not tolerate idlers on my ship, and my officers know it well. That's going to be a little bit of a subtle dig.
Then, I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber.
That was close. We almost had space sex.
Thank you for your company.
Dangerous. Third person just standing there like, don't mind me. Yeah, that's true. I'm like, I could be like totally macking on her there. The other person is just like, just vibing like, hey, what's going on with the navigator? Where are we? Oh, I remember this room. We had a big fight in here. That's cool. I like that, like, when events happen, it takes you back to like parts of the void ship you saw in the intro. Normally they look at you and you go, nope. Yeah, it's... Right now, I feel like Adira makes way more sense for the romance. Not that I've seen any romance from her. We've barely talked to her, but... You're a direct descendant of LeChonk. You should take any romance you can get. You raise a good point. All right, let's get to some action. As tempting as it is to sit around and chat all day. She is technically a mutant. Yeah, that's true. Lord Captain, you're disturbing me again. We've barely flown halfway across this galaxy. The pandemonium outside the bridge gate, one of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Worserian's voice. I wanted to warn you in advance. I'm gonna flog the hell out of whoever this is. Interrupting me twice on this journey? Absolutely unacceptable. 50 lashes. No, 100 lashes. Oh my god, the chair is so good. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a high-born brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Lord Captain has received a plea to assist the actions of Seneschal Worserian. I must speak to the Lord Captain. A young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of his superior's anger. She falters but manages to look him in the eye. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a high-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lieutenant Avrilla Vent requesting permission to speak on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I will not tolerate this kind of conduct on my ship. Abelard, assign the lieutenant an appropriate punishment. Lieutenant, you have 1 minute to state your business. Listen to my report and punish me as you wish, but all that matters is you hear me out. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of the senior officers. Wow. You're really pushing rank and file here. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. I urge you to investigate the actions of the Seneschal Worserian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre. Vent reels off the last words she knows by heart. She's clearly been preparing to say them for some time. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish worker rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we're still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Needless to say, the rumors are baseless, and the current situation we have sufficient enforcers to deal with. The word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you wish the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. Sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. I mean, I'm going to solve this problem as bloody as possible. The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you a condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite, and opened the investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers. Abelard will explain. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. Man, I like Abelard. He's got the vibe I'm looking for in a secondhand man. It's my heretic necklace, exactly, right? All I heard of that sentence was positives. No idea what she looks like in this game. First time seeing it. Oh, it's very good. It's a very good game so far. Greetings, heretics. Sawtooth, Perion. Good morning. Good morning. There's an established order to the way things are done on the ship, and one of the pillars is that the system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower deck, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. Yes, but we haven't found the guy who did it yet. You are far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Worserian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishment for entire sections. It has driven people to the brink. Now there's a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved and many more are passively supporting them. The situation could denigrate into all-out insurrection, but when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit. What is Depot 4? One of the poorest sectors of the lower decks, home to a clan of general laborers. They're not valuable to the ship as the families who have served as specialized systems for generations. Easily replaceable resources, of one of which is now more besides giving succor to cultists and minions of the arch enemy. Interesting. They're poor and troubled. At worst means drunken fights and illegal rock gut brewing, but we've handled the workers in Depot 4 in the past. We can do so again if the crackdown hadn't been so harsh. Another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It's located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect. Abelard, what do you have to say? No need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions, I have no objections. Is Abelard Wirishal? Go down to the lower deck, stop the assault units, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they're not lying or harboring heretics. I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of this decision for myself. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric. But please yourself, Lord Captain, I categorically insist that I escort you. If there are heretics on my ship, I want to know so I can hide them from everybody else. That's the key. It is I, the heretic. Go down and meet the peasants. Absurd. Absolutely nonsense. I like that this is just like a surprise mission on my ship. Conflict with the Seneschal. Abelard. Abelard, we're Syrian. Yes. Adira Talas. Sister Argentia. And Cassia's biography is broken. I noticed this last night. It actually doesn't show up. Well, if it isn't the rabble. We're Syrian. Take that, scum. Wow. We're going to execute that man. Both of them, in fact. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. I'm with you. These people dared to disrespect a senior officer. They would not have the chance to express such disrespect if I were not here and if the situation had been dealt with by the relevant officers. It's the junior officer's worst failing to pass problems up to the chain of command. I shall say it again, it was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Vent's whim. The lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer, but in the name of Tira, the girl is the same age as my eldest great-granddaughter, and she is the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. It will be another 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act without oversight. They were shouting your name. Yeah, da-da-da-da-da. They don't know your face. To them, you're akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne. I am a man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lower, obeys heating. All right, let's get to the bottom of this then. No, not heretic. Heretic. A tech priest that cares not for Mars and its limitations, like using Necronogs. I'm all about that. I'm all for that. There is a character akin to Bellicor in the 40k universe that I've learned about, who is actually kind of like the 5th chaos god, and his whole thing, I think he's called like the Forge Master or something like that. He has a cool name, but his whole thing is he owns like a pocket universe where he makes horrible chaotic machines, and I love the concept of it. Something resembling a nest.
Seize the opportunity.
Lads, as a heads up, we do have an ad coming, so I'm going to get it out of the way now before any of the exciting stuff happens. While we do a little looty scoots. Greetings, Your Grace. Oh, I should be looking for loot while I'm down here. Huge pipes, the arteries of the ship, run through many bays, delivering air, water, heat, and the propulsion force.
Embrace true power.
Let's see how the simple folk live, says Adira. 5th edition Chaos God of Order, but that died after 1st edition. Interesting. This guy is like new. He's in like the newer stuff. I guess like whatever they're on 10th edition. They just put out, so 9th edition I think he came in. The sound of heated discussion reverberates through the ship's bays. Our Villa Vent, one of the ship's enforcers, is barring the pass of a heavily built assault unit officer. The standoff has dragged on for some time. I have my orders. You can take your orders and shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There are 3 people who can waltz in here without my express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. Not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Mutters in crabby approval. Your lordship. Oh my god. I give the assault unit permission to open fire. We will crush the seeds of insurrection with full force. We encountered some locals on our way here. Their conduct was outrageous. They tried to throw things at us. The people are getting desperate. They saw the assault unit and they decided they had nothing left to lose. I mean, I apologize, it's outrageous, but people simply didn't recognize you. It would have occurred otherwise. We will deal with them once the current situation is resolved. All right, well, what... Is that all you have to say? Are you sure you're worthy of an officer's rank, Lieutenant? I will take steps to ensure such a thing does not happen again. Whoops. People have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. I'm going to speak to them, but I'm still probably going to shoot them up. Maybe I should have just told them to open fire.
I tread a path unexplored.
I just gotta... I gotta look...
See the forbidden.
I gotta look for loot. A container can be seen behind the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. Am I not examining the pipe when I click that? Take a little look around. Nice. We've got a melta charge there. Inside the box, a string of scratched letters runs along the frame. Different first names with the same surname. Looks like the box has been passed down in the family from generation to generation. All of these guys have frenzy, which is quite interesting. Burger King, you want a chicken burger? Are there any factions in 40k that actually includes AI? No, AI was outlawed because during the history of the Imperium of Man, there was a event basically known as like I think it's known as like the Iron Man Uprising. And they basically created a bunch of robots, gave them AI, and then those robots came alive and started killing everybody. And then the Imperium was like, no more robots, no more AI. It's completely outlawed. That almost wiped out humanity. And it's still, they still exist. There are still some like standard template constructs that can create these armies. But they mostly get blown up like the moment they're found. I think Gaunt's Ghosts, the first Gaunt's Ghosts book has a big story about this. Squats use them. Oh, okay. I don't actually know anything about squats like whatsoever. Why other factions don't use AI? I mean, the Necrons like kind of are AI. Not really, but kind of. And then, yeah, I don't know about like the Tau. I guess the Tau use AI because they have robots that work for them. I believe. I'm almost 100% certain. Tau use AI, lots of AI. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm right on that. Wow, nobles from the upper deck down here to see us. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before are typical inhabitants, simple clothes, crude weapons, and various levels of mutation. Oh, who's this? Couple of straight rats. Rivet, Lord Captain, you've come down to us. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limits and they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here, like the ones that the lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside. The bay's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there's people who have had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who have risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder people are lashing out. The words seem sincere. Their body language and glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. Why are you striking? That's news to us, your lordship. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet. Here's the deal. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If you want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to the whole bay for weeks at a time so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little one died from inflammation in their lungs because of those enforcers. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. Vent is the only enforcer's officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidst us and has no feeling towards us. Your lordship were no villains, we're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is being asked to allow to be work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing. I was told one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet and that there were heretics hiding here. The Guga they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we don't know. The enforcers just said they're looking for heretics, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics? We know our own people. There's been no new faces around. If they're not, we'd be the first to report them. This amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. When that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the body. The boots they came back with. Nobody's ever tread on these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Those boots were fine, and there was no harm in taking them. As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need amulets. We all worship the Emperor, and we bow down before the machine spirits. The large and small transformers of the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. We are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the arch enemy's creation? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, but it was a long time ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was after I had my 3rd kid. You cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the soldiers of holy fathers. Who will you blame when the beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole? The holy father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down among himself and the neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? You authorized the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers. The specific steps taken by officers were not reported to me. He frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are enemies and a threat to the ship. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The Exalted Lord Captain himself is asking the Bilge-Rats what we want. We want you to rein in your demands to enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do not show their faces. I've been the leader of my clan for 20 years. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things. Now, you've gone too far, old man. They'll never let maggots of the lower decks live without enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting the neighbors out of stupidity or drunkenness, but we don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. We'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist bodies. We'll talk to them, one lower deck to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over. You speak for yourself and your clan. I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They promise us the world, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us harder than ever before. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. Everyone who is involved will be eliminated. Let's ask Abelard his thoughts. Story about scavenging boots and accidentally picking up heretical amulets doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and becoming minions of the arch enemy. We must not give them what they want, even if they did inquire something innocently. What begins as petty thievery can soon turn into a far greater problem. I've seen it before. Non-Commoff, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. In the Second War, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which has grown through all the rows of beds like a metal choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever, my verdict is simple: give them no quarter. I have to do this because it's a skill check, right? And it's a coercion skill check, which is literally our main thing. Old man, listen, the Lord Captain himself has come down offering concessions. I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talked to them. Back down. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers. We don't need any of that. So brave of you to gang up against an old woman, but I'll shut up. I will. I won't go against my 2 clan leaders on my own. Oh, and I can still, like, just kill them all. Sensei, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good moment for a save. I don't think you can save mid-combo. No. Abelard wants me to kill them all. All right, let's think about this. I'm trying to figure out, like, what the heretical option is. If I stop persecuting them, they will hunt down the heretics themselves. If I kill them all, it sounds like the heretic actually came from somewhere else. So I feel like killing them all is going to, like, actually be doing what they were looking to have happen. You know, it's definitely also, it's funny because it's like, this is really interesting because in 40k, it's like, this isn't the evil option necessarily, right? I'm actually doing what Abelard wants me to do if I just kill everybody. And I do like Abelard. He's been a G so far. I don't want them to find cultists. I'm going to kill everybody. No, Lord Captain, I swear my loyalty to you. I beg you, have mercy. The unit commander gives the signal and the first to raise his weapon. Yes, sir. Darkness, take me. If you want to mow down everyone in Depot 4, you can start with me, says Lieutenant Vent. Vent, stop. This is treason. I've let everyone down. It's not clear who her words refer to. Abelard, her comrades, or the striking workers who are doomed to die. Vent reaches forward and grabs the barrel of a soldier's weapon.
Struggle amuses me.
Brace yourself.
I mean, she wasn't a very good officer, so killing them is a waste of a skill check. Yeah, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Cassie is an officer, your ship's navigator. She strikes foes with energies of the warp, making her allies stronger. Voice of command, bring it down. Lidless Stare is a unique damaging ability that assails in a cone based on their willpower. Purge the peasants. I mean, yeah. Prepare for battle. I'm gonna go here like a coward. Abelard, you're on the front lines. Adira, let's put you back here. Who is this guard? Yikes. A lot of these guys are actually like pretty high level, or like not high level, but they got a lot of HP. This is a serious fight. And we have very little in the way of cover. God damn, son. So if I use this ability, Concentrated Fire, the next ranged area attack deals 100% extra damage and has minus 20% dodge resistance.
the Emperor commands. What is a prayer?
Just a hail of bolter fire.
Deeds is worthless.
This run and gun does stop my movement, yeah. This is not cover, which is
The enemies of the
a little
Emperor will
frustrating,
be
but
outdone.
I mean, 2 of their leaders are dead.
Eradicated.
We might as well just pop a peasant. Oh, that guard got dummied. Should have left them alive to find more pocket knives and corrupt themselves. Oh, maybe. They deserve this for the insolent attitude of the old lady alone, making demands of the rogue trader. Yeah, so that's the other part, right? Like, is I am this, like, absolute jerk of a noble. I can get those 3 and kill all of them, so let's just do that. A Darrow with that 30% bonus damage for hitting things that are at full health and far away. Just busted. And we'll analyze Stagger. And actually, I'm going to expose Stagger so that he can't dodge very easily. Because it's unlikely she's going to hit him, so... Cassia, you have the Staff of Orsilio Guardian. So I set you to buff. What are your actual abilities? Lidless Steer. Oh, it's like just officer abilities.
If I may,
At this point.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
But of course.
Kill those 2 in the back. So she can strike people with her staff, but it doesn't do me much good.
Victory is imminent.
Abelard with the charge. The chainsword. You know that's what he wants to do.
It will be done.
And I might as well have him endure and
Do my duty.
also trigger that. Gutted. This is complete bedlam. Are you satisfied, Lord Captain? I suggest we leave this circus.
Intriguing.
Discuss everything en route. Now, here's my real question. Gas cloud grenades? Flak armor? I thought I would find a heretical item on them. If I'm going to be completely and utterly truthful. I thought for sure one of them would have some sort of bad. Oh, I do get the captain's M40 auto gun, though. Rate of fire 7. This would be insanely good on Argenta. Like, that would give her 7 attacks in a single round. But she's got the long lass. And she's already got a bolter. So it's really hard for me to make that... We'll just hold it for now.
Embrace true power.
Here's your weapons and fired your pistol off in your face. The start of each shift is marked. The last mark is missing. The workers went on strike. Some loot. The heat sink warms the air to a scorching temperature.
Powers unseen uncover my path. Imperium guides my gaze.
Steam in this pipe is close to the maximum, however, it does not reach the bars at the other end.
The world will bow.
There is something there.
I tread a path unexplored.
Oh my god. So there's some sort of valve puzzle. And I wonder whether or not it causes like the deck to freeze if you do it. Well, so far we're getting these in the right order. I have an urgent matter to discuss with the captain. Give us a moment. Excuse me, I'm not done here. Are you pleased with your investigation? You made a harsh but necessary decision, but before that you danced to the tune of a panicking junior officer. You put your life in an unnecessary risk in the midst of a potential uprising, and your actions triggered everything that followed. If you hadn't given Lieutenant Vent false hope and then snatched it away, she wouldn't have snapped. You have no business going anywhere near the lower decks. Is that how you see your future at the helm of Von Valancius? Do not speak to your Lord Captain in that tone. I'm obliged to speak thus. Who else can point out your errors and offers your counsel? All right, well, there is some truth in your criticism. You simply needed to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember Lord Captain Theodora. Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself to the grand designs for the Protectorate, as a true strategist and rogue trader ought. I would be only too willing to trust in my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of your control. If Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. Oh, I like how all of these are just a huge diss. Ever heard of Xenorites? No, I have not. Tell me more. I would say, yeah, the situation had spiraled out of his control. You're right. At least this concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorate is not an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the signs of true greatness. Rogue traders do not forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military, so I left it behind, everything I had known, everything my family I had known, and embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Theodora entrusted me with all concerns she had no time for. She would go off her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. Suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of our senior officers betrayed us all, the rogue trader was killed, and who knows what's happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All that has come is a grievous blow to me. I'm not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic and grieve. I'm duty-bound to aid the rogue trader, to aid you to find your footing as quickly as possible. I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades. Need to learn to respect me as your Lord Captain. Accept it and start living in the new world. Prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorship is just as important to me. In the future, I will follow your recommendations. I value what she created and trust the situation as an aberrant in the ship's otherwise smooth operations. Plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing, very little competence. Theodora trusted in established procedures and she died. I won't make the same mistake. If you want to keep building the future of Von Valancius, stop living in the past. I understand, but you need to learn to respect. It's one of these two. Accept it and start living in the new world, the world where Theodora is gone, and you and I have new decisions to make. I like this idea because, like, chaos is kind of about moving forward while the Imperium is about, like, holding us back into the past. And this is a little less rude than I think that one is. Yes, Lord Captain, your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits begin to creep back. For now, please let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are more suitable places. No!
Fate beckons
Yes!
me.
No, okay, I'm still down here. Good.
Intriguing.
I got another level from that? I gotta be close to this puzzle.
Let's seize the opportunity.
So there's one down there, there's this one, and then there was one in here. This one? None down there.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Oh, come on, that's every vent.
The world will bow.
Isn't it? See one above the door you just went through? Maybe it's a code?
The world trembles beneath my feet.
No, because I can't go back and I can't push the other valves. Oh, wait, hold on, this one. Here we go.
Triumphant, as always.
3 multi-keys, 3 melt-a-charges, a crack grenade, and 3 force grenades? That was it. That was it. That was everything. Kind of worth doing it just for that. Avalar Self-Punishment 3 followed by Reprimand 2. Now get out of my sight. Xenorites are radical and secretive sect Adeptus Mechanicus who focus on studying alien tech. Oh, cool. Fantastic art of them using other major races, tech or biology. You can, if you have points in Xeno lore, you can actually start using Xeno equipment. But it is like a requirement. You have to have like enough points in lore xenology in order to use like Drukhari and Eldari equipment. I cannot believe I got a full level up from that. We literally just leveled up at the beginning of stream, basically. Going back a bit, tanking an instance in WoW, I could not talk. The 5th god is Vashtor the Archithane. That's the guy I'm talking about, yeah. Not on the level of the other 4 gods, but he's more like an Elder god or possibly Warp Echo of the god. Archdemon. Be'lakor is also in 40k. He was an Eldar. Be'lakor was an Eldar. I did not know that. Because I guess like in fantasy, he was not an elf. I think he was just like human. Or always a demon, maybe? Be'lakor's my favorite. I love Be'lakor. And then I learned about, I learned about Vashtor the Archithane. And then I was like, oh, do I like this guy more than Be'lakor? And I'm not sure. I like them both because they're just like pure demon. And like all of the gods kind of have like, it's all about like corrupting humans, and they have like their demons in their ranks, but like they'll have a lot of like heretic space marines in their ranks and stuff. But I don't care about space marines. They're not the part of 40k that interests me. But like Be'lakor running around with like a bunch of screamers of Tzeentch and like Like the corn, God, I'm just like forgetting the name of everybody today. Bloodthirsters. And then like a bunch of beasts of Nurgle, like the big slugs. And a bunch of hot Slaneshi demonettes. Like that's a perfect army to me. Just all demons all over. 16 meter bar needed to unlock the next XP bar. Sorry, Sean, you're gonna have to point that out. 16M. Oh, I see what you're looking at. 16th level, I think, is the one. So wait, at 16th level, you unlock like the next tier of classes, and then at 36 you get exemplar. The like prestige classes. Oh, we get a new ability. Officer encourages an ally who immediately recovers from effects and gains temporary wounds. That's willpower based. That's not for me. Officer rescues an ally's resolve. If the target is under the effect of voice of command, which is a permanent effect when we apply it now, they will start their next turn with 1 additional AP. That's not bad. Immediately grants an ally additional movement points equal to their fell bonus, 6 additional movement points, and ignores attacks of opportunities. Object can only target allies who have enemies adjacent to them. Until the start of the officer's next turn, all melee attacks made by the target deal additional damage equal to the officer's fell bonus divided by 2, so 3, multiplied by the number of enemies adjacent to the target when this ability is used. So this would be really good on like Abelard, just cutting through like ranks of people. If the target is under the effects of voice of command, they immediately make an attack of opportunity against an adjacent enemy, targeting the one with the lowest remaining wounds. Target's next attack will ignore cover and have double the effective distance. If they're under the effect of voice of command, this will ignore dodge, and the damage can't be reduced below that would be 48%. I'm going to take break to ranks. Especially because we have extra range with Turg. And ideally, I want like him and Abelard on the front lines, just like being bros. You know what I mean? Big meta 40k list for Chaos Demons is called the Monster Mash. Basically, Be'lakor and 2 other greater demons and some chav. Battlefield Smash. The fight ended in a flash. I love it. Worked out how to make a paladin type character using Fextra Life. Boo, Fextra Life. Warrior archetype, Holy Priest background. Sanctioned Psyker. Yeah. You can also start taking psychic abilities at level 10, for the record. Like, you can become a Psyker after time. We might become a Psyker, but our willpower is really low, so probably not. Let's look at the special skills we get. Hive World character ends their turn adjacent to allies. They all gain +2 MP on their next turn. Bonus to dodge the first attack of opportunity. Equal to the servant's toughness bonus or the noble's fell bonus. This is pretty useful. I often sit Turg back in the back right now, but this will also be really good as we like move forward and become a tank. Two movement points every turn. I think I'm going to take this. If the noble and the servant are adjacent to each other at the start of the noble's turn, they both gain temporary wounds. Because like that could be like me and Argenta in the back. Yeah, right now I really need another frontliner. Cassia gets to take This wouldn't be a bad idea. They also gain temporary willpower-based temporary wounds. Would be really good for her. Yeah, I don't even need to think about that. That's exactly what she's going to take. And then she gets all these like navigator abilities. One of which I want to take is Under My Protection. Allies that are targeted by the navigator's abilities gain +5 to all resistant tests against warp effects and psychic powers. Because right now she already has Veil of Protection, which is armor. So this is like the other thing. I'm just turning her into a buff machine. She's entirely support-based for me. Argenta, we're going to give you agility to put you up to 60. Bolt weapons gain 10 armor pen. Maybe. If an Imperial War character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability or affects an ally with such a bonus, their resolve is increased by their fell bonus. Nah. While under 40% wounds, they gain 10 bonus to all characteristics and 2 resolve. Oh, this is kind of interesting. %10 crit chance and 10% armor against Xenos and demons, and all of their allies gain half the bonuses, but their lore goes to 0 for Xenos and warp. Oh, what else did she get here? Oh, you get some other cool stuff. Litany of Purification. Hymn of Furious Recital gain 1 stack of Disturbed. Enemies that are adjacent to the devotee gain 2 stacks of Disturbed. Demons in the area suffer damage equal to the momentum restored. So this is the ability she can use to like get like a ton of momentum if she's surrounded by people. This is a willpower based thing, which isn't very good. This is also willpower based. Bodhi gains a willpower bonus chance to ignore any enemy attacks. That's a 3% chance. Wow, she really is like anti-Xeno. What does Disturbed do? -10 penalty to willpower and fellowship tests. Oh, I actually don't know what to give you. Two movement points could be good. It could let her get into like better position. But what am I saying, man? Bolt weapon expert just makes sense. Like she's a sister. She's got a specific bolter. She's born to bolt. Very much boof extra life, but I think on the companions basically a paladin like class called a Sactic Psyker. Yeah, I guess they're just Psychers in this. And like Psyker is not like a class you take either. It's just like a set of skills you unlock. Like it's not an archetype. How many 1 AP attacks per turn can you make if you have 3 AP? So that depends. Typically 1 is the answer, unless you have an ability that allows you to make multiple attacks per turn. But most attacks will end your ability to do further attacks. But like Abelard, for example, he can dash and use an attack, and that doesn't count as an attack. So he dashes, attacks, and then gets a second attack. Argenta, if she has a heroic moment, which you can have in like every fight, she has a heroic ability that allows her to take unlimited attacks based on her weapon's rate of fire. So like her bolter could fire 4. If I gave her an auto gun, she could do 7 attacks. So it varies. Oh, cool. We got a new operative ability here too. Next attack targeting a target affected by exploit reduces their cover. And has higher chance to hit. We don't need that. She's a psyker. This is the cool thing is she's an operative, and operatives are often like snipers. But because she's a psyker, there's all these abilities that are based around like perception and like hitting things behind cover that she literally doesn't need. Like they're no good for her as an operative because she's a psyker. And unfortunately, her int is also really bad. So operatives are based on like int and perception, I think, are the two spots. While in cover, they gain 25% cover efficiency, 15 perception, and 15 ballistic skill. Ballistic skill, not quite. There is an ability that like scales with ballistic skill that I was thinking about taking. Non-area attack inflicts the intimidated effect on the first target hit. So this would be like the psychic scream. All enemies in a 5-cell radius. The damage dealt by intimidated enemies is reduced by perception bonus until the operative's next turn. This is doubled for enemies with less than 3 times 3, 9% armor. That's nobody has less than that. I don't mind that. Because it intimidates a lot of people. All allies within this area gain dodge. The dodge chance cannot be less than the Psyker's bonus. Target gains a bunch of buffs. Target must pass a willpower test. 5 times psi rating. At the start of their next turn, they will spend all their movement points to move as close as possible towards the Psyker. They can act as normal, but all their movements are moved towards the Psyker. Dominate or sensory deprivation. Psyker level 2. Willpower resistance test. If it succeeds, the target is merely blinded until the start of the Psyker's next turn. If he fails, they become blinded and suffer penalty to all characteristics. Biomancers can heal wounds and alter physical characteristics. Wow. A pyromancer is a master of flame, a psyker who is capable of creating searing infernos out of thin air. Pyromancy is one of the most spectacular and destructive forms of psychic abilities, and those who face a pyromancer in combat are oft reduced to nothing but a pile of charred bones. Oh, look! Sanctic powers! We were literally just talking about this. A concentration of faith. Sanctic powers are used by pious psychers to protect allies and smite heretics. There you go. So you can become like a sanctic psyker. I'm going to take pyromancer because obviously the answer to everything is fireball. How do I not take that? Does that give me an ability? I actually don't know. Logic. Rational arguments more convincing and allows people to notice logical inconsistencies. Rogue Trader bot and downloading. Nice. No need to explore more in the game. See what the lore says about them. Sanctic Psychers are tasked with fighting off demons and channeling the God Emperor's power. Yeah, there you go. You went to the supermarket, lost a willpower check, bought ice cream? Sweets and scotch. Yo, that's not too bad. It's almost the weekend. I think it's allowed. Boy, you really don't have any of these skills right now. Oh, you do have awareness. Actually, yeah, we'll buff your awareness. This allows her to spot hidden things. And that's kind of what she does best right now. Finally, our boy Abelard. Gross. I don't like any of these. It's based on strength and weapon skill. Toughness. Agility bonus. Toughness. What's based on agility? Daring breach. Yeah, so here's an example. The warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn, so they can make as many melee weapon attacks as they have AP. I think I'm actually just going to go toughness. I could give him chain weapon expert. It wouldn't be bad. I could also give him swift movements for 2 MP, which would help him get into fights better. He's got some other abilities here. Brace for impact. Do not suffer negative effects of melee superiority. Suffer only half damage from attacks of opportunity. 30% to cover penetration. Use any ranged weapon in threatened areas. Knocks enemies prone. Gain an extra turn with 0 AP and 3 movement to increase their cover efficiency. Oh, that's kind of neat. That's actually pretty nice. Everyone who gets affected by it gets extra movement and increases their cover efficiency. So it's like if we get caught out, I can start with that. The problem is Abelard is so slow in initiative. I'm going to give him chainsword combat. I like it on him. We're going to go with that. Remind you had sweets in your desk. Never even heard it was for sale. Looked it up. Seems decent. Gotta start some ice cubes. Of the 10 streamers I follow who are currently online, 6 are playing this. I believe it. A lot of us have really been looking forward to this game. So I am not even slightly surprised by that. Sweets and wet whiskey. Talisker 10 years. Mikado chocolate sticks. Sweet yogurt with chocolate and gummy bears. Talisker's is a good whiskey. I haven't had it in years, but it's not a bad one. All right, where do we leave off here? Hitting back into the map. Wait for all my ad boys. My ad boys and my ad girls. Yeah, sorry, the ads play. We don't have them now for like another hour and 10 minutes, which is really nice. And you didn't miss anything, which is the other important part. Let's to the map. See if we can actually get our way to this prison planet. Koronus Expanse is a vast region of space. By steering your flagship towards them, yada yada yada. What are we doing on this prison planet? I actually can't remember. You bought a lot of stuff because if you buy the stuff, you don't have to view the ad again. I don't know if that's how that works, but you might be right. Oh, I love our little dropship. What are we doing here? The interrogator of the Inquisition, Heinrich van Kellox. Oh, it's just the Inquisitor might be here. We don't know. But he's who we're looking for.
We should deal with this.
Uh-oh. A trap. Come in, escort. This is Captain Vakari. Escort, please come in. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saint's Teeth? I thought you'd never come. Abelard, teach this riffraff the proper way of addressing his sovereign. Officer, the person before you is Biggest Turg von Valancius, a rogue traitor. Although you are, from what I gather, a subject of another dynasty, you would do well to introduce yourself with the proper decorum. That's it, man. Abelard is never leaving the party. He is perfect for a noble to have next to him. It's so fitting. When did Godzilla shoot pink stuff? I always thought he shot blue stuff. I guess it depends on what version of Godzilla. What are we doing? Purging heretics? Oh, we're absolutely not purging heretics. We are super pro heretic. I don't know if you've caught that vibe, but we're very much on the side of heresy right now. We're vibing on it. We're recruiting them. Are the game systems based on the tabletop game? Yes, but very different, very modified, very updated. Captain Raquel Vekari, servant of House Winterscale. That's the other rogue traders in this area, and the pilot of this shuttle. It's an honor to be greeting His Lordship von Valancius. I'm looking for a man by the name of Heinrich von Kellox. Is he here? Unless it's a prisoner or guard, it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There's nothing else anyone could have used to reach this place. Oh, well, great. All right. All right, well, what happened here? A prison riot on the planet. It's being led by the prison warden himself. He's allied himself with the rabble that he was supposed to watch and declared Rykat Philia to be independent of the authority. I came here as a shuttle pilot along with the Honorable Ivan Winterscale, son of Caligos, vanquisher of Xenos, forever triumphant over the enemies of humanities. Nice. Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally so he could put an end to this lawless treason. I haven't been able to contact them for a very long time. One of the distant younger offspring. That's as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. He's made several diplomatic visits to Urak 5 on behalf of his father. The Great Regent would not have granted entry to someone dishonorable, which means whatever happened in this terrible place, we must aid this man of noble blood. We are a noble. Why would he have felt the need to parley with dissidents? A personal matter. The seditious warden is his childhood friend. When the Lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him and he rushed here without delay. My first Winterscale in my memory who prefers to talk first rather than shoot and slash. I like the Winterscales by the sound of it. If he's determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he's alive as well. I don't like this place. Theobald executed his wife and only son on suspicion of treason against House Orsilia. Why did the noble Evane rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? Do bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes? Interesting. Put this riffraff down. I do love putting down riffraff. No one expected this. A nobleman from a respected governor's house and a vassal to House Winterscale. All of a sudden he proclaimed that the Philia was now his personal domain. That the prisoners were his subject and that he would never bow to anyone again. It's pure heresy. I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel. Good point. Only settlement is a penal colony. Prisoners work in the mines and the doomed quarries. They mine sulfur, ceram dust, and sand. Anything else I should know? They've holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many. This is the only way through where the negotiations are taking place. I would expect heavy resistance. Winterscale's guards mined the entrance so the rebels couldn't get to the shuttles. I wouldn't dare trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation... Have you been to the capital yet? I wanted to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jaspar. Remain disdainfully silent. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off the planet as soon as possible. That's hilarious.
I better myself.
I just like, how dare you ask me this question? I am a rogue trader. Don't you know better? Like, I'm not even going to deign to respond to your question. Build a bridge. I guess not on the way back. I wonder, can we side with the rebels and have them storm the Winterscale ship?
Fascinating.
Okay.
Sometimes
Noted.
I wonder to what extent our perception of the Imperium differs.
Ooh, I'm glad that I never have to look at it. No offense, Cass, but I'll do just fine without an eyeball in the middle of my forehead.
Interesting.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
So we're seeing remnants of a meal that's like
favors me
super
today.
My
fancy.
ascension has only just begun.
Can't get in there.
Whispers told me a secret.
Dude, there are boom booms everywhere here.
I'm restless. Never doubt me.
I am not afraid to embrace the revelation.
Scraps of
that
typical
make
prison
others
food,
shrink
repulsive to the
and cower.
senses.
That is the difference between me and ignorant filth. Embrace true power.
I have to start reading these because it's very clear that like there are clues to all the puzzles and stuff in them. Not the bonds of marriage. Rock shite, why me, why? I missed my tithe payment 12 years ago. The planetary writ got lost somewhere in the bowels of the planetary administration. By the time they found the plastic paper and informed me the total sub was so obscene it would make 3 generations of my descendants if I have any to pay it off. My fate was sealed. Trial, sentence, prison. All because somebody put my paper in the wrong box. Strange old place. I haven't beaten once yet. The guards bark orders all the time, but they never hit us. They got this kind of inner circle of special chosen prisoners, the Optimadium. If you can get in, you actually get days off. They let you out of your cell into the yard by the big barracks, and I tell you what, they let you rest there and feed you better than whatever swill they're giving us. It's to improve our motivation and to foster a strong desire for reform. It's just a club for the warden's favorites, the same story as everywhere else. They say the whole thing was the warden's ideas. Funny man, our warden. He looks more noble than nobility itself. But that nutter doesn't want people licking his boots. He walks around looking like he's deep in thought with only a couple of guards at his side. And he talks to the prisoners. He yells at no one, never orders to have him flogged, doles out rewards to the special ones. We should strive to make society believe in us again. Whatever you say, Master Warden. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to try to join these Optimates. With the Emperor's help, I might just join the ranks of the local elite.
Intriguing.
Warden Casteglia. All right, Brazil. Oh,
Is naught but ashes.
Give me
I've
strength.
been ambushed. And they have guns. And grenades. Strange choice. I'm glad Abelard's on the front line, though.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
God damn. $40 Grenadier Guard.
Emperor, give me strength.
She's gonna use her eye. Hit him with the lidless stare. And potentially stun them? Horde of thugs. Oh, that's cool. I stunned the one in the back. I didn't stun the other guy. Oh, I killed the third one. Did I? Yeah, absolutely gibbed him.
That is foolishness.
Oh, you don't have line of sight. I'm going to give Adira a boost so that she can do more AoE damage. And I can't reach... Yes, I can actually reach Adira with that and give her a bunch of bonus HP. Right, because if you use Voice of the Command, you have unlimited range. I forgot about that. All right. And then I'm going to get blasted.
Move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor.
Damn, man. She slaps.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
If you use run and gun, you can also get another shot. Nimble prisoner.
I'll do
Let's
it.
just kill this guy in the back. Or with it. All good. Who in your party? MC, Argentia, Arlad, Cresia. Who is the fifth? Main character. Argentia. Adira. She's our psyker. Is who you're seeing. A friendly warden, so sus. Only use allies who have enemies adjacent to them. All right, I can sword this guy. But I'm stuck out of cover if I do that. We're going to give Abelard the boost. I got 4 points. Yeah, so I can't use that on anybody, but I can do... we're going to use voice of command. I'm going to use...
Ruin
Bring it down.
beckons.
I could actually burst fire these guys again if I wanted.
As the Emperor
But-
commands, I act.
God diggity damn. I should have switched to sniper and dead-eyed.
I will.
So I'm stuck in the open right now, which is obviously not the best place to be. Ignite! So this is our new pyromantic ability. The target suffers 5 to 9 damage and gains warp burn. Deals 9 damage to the target at the end of their turn. The target must pass an agility test with -5 to stop burning. If I go here... That Grenadier Guard goes next. I tell you what we can do. We can analyze them.
Anything else?
Oh, that will stop me from being able to use that. 8 to 18, 5 to 9 with warp burn. I'm gonna warp burn. Oof.
What?
And then I'm gonna buff
Was
Big
that you?
Turg
Or
with a little protection.
will do.
And I'll expose his weakness. He's nibble, so it reduces his dodge chance. You're on fire. Not sure what that plan was.
An exemplary strike.
He's just coming in and out of attacks of opportunity. Oof. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I can't hit anybody with voice of command. Yuck. Do you not have a gun? Oh, you do have a gun. Yeah, if you don't mind. Oh, I really flubbed that real bad.
If only that were possible.
We're going to give Abelard an extra turn here. He is going to strike this guy for 1.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
which also gives him a ton of bonus momentum. Let's also brace for impact. And you can endure. Restores all AP and MP until the end of the turn. They don't lose MP after performing attacks, and has no limit on weapon attacks this turn. That's a bit crazy. Fox, hello! Welcome on in, my dude. Come on in, come on in. Sorry, I'm mid-fight right now. Welcome to the Rogue Trading. Much appreciated. Let me give you the shout. What were you up to? Satisfactory. Nice. You must be excited. Against the Storm is coming out 1.0 soon. And sorry, let me catch up a little bit. Who are you? I just came home and my girl was laying in the bed, butt naked, watching me. Hey, man, that sounds like a good spot to be. BBD Animal. My name is Agent, for those of you who don't know me. I am a strategy and variety streamer. I've been around on Twitch for about 3 years now. I cover a lot of different kind of strategy and indie games, I think is what I focus on a lot. We got a huge VOD channel up on YouTube with all of the like past year of footage and whatnot that we've done. Recent games we've played are like Dungeons 4, Last Train Home. We did a little Jagged Alliance 3 this year. So like these kind of like squad-based tactical shooters are games that we play like quite a bit on the channel, if I'm going to be real. I'm a good Canadian boy. I trained to be a spy. I know a lot about a lot of different weird things. I guess that's it. Potato the Emperor was really cool to see the 1.0 release. Just a few bits back planned for Jan. Might do a week back into it at some point. Excellent, dude. Excellent. Software Inc. I've been watching Edelix play that in the evenings, actually. And it does look very good. I think I might use this. Because why not? And hear me out.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I can kill him. And then I can run like here. And I can charge him.
A tactically sound approach. Reduced to dust.
And then I can come here inside this wall
Are the best ones.
and shoot him.
Back and forth to your target.
Oh, I missed one. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. That's fine. 26. Let's pull out
Doubt is for the weak.
the sniper
Strike is prayer.
and nail that shot. Spent all stream last night building an office building. I mean, it's a vibe, right? Can you blame him? I love that you just heal back. Like you heal your toughness back immediately at the end of every fight. Chainmail. Oh, we got some new armor too, didn't we? Serrated knife. Most warriors prefer swords because they provide more flexibility on the battlefield against close combat. This counts as a sword. It's just it doesn't get cleave. Which I gotta be honest, might be good on my main character. Okay, more knives, gas cloud grenades, and a bunch of other supplies.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
Cages in plain view of Veds, insider excrement.
The whispers told me how.
The grease-stained edges of the poster detach ever so slightly. It appears it was frequently removed and rehung. A prisoner's shank and an improved auto pistol. Nice dudes. We're getting all these knives.
Powers unseen.
Don't mind if I do.
uncover my path.
Abelard unlocking no clip, right? Or from Dark Crystal, there's gonna be a fight. Select the items to be set automatically into cargo so you don't have to worry about the next 3259 you find. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that with some of the weapons. The Emperor hasn't forsaken me. Guess who came all the way down from the shuttle gangway? Cleansing Throne Damned Willia, former admin clerk. The clerk, the same scum who was read about the missing payment. Oh, okay, so this is the same guy. Don't know what they threw him in for, but I've never felt better in my life. He's fresh meat, and I'm a venerable optimist. So he managed to make his way into the elites. Wharton came up with new improvements. From now on, anyone who underperforms, misbehaves, or causes trouble is to be punished by the community. Specifically by the best and brightest. The last saws who failed to meet the quota were stripped naked, whipped, and thrown into cages. That's where they have to eat, sleep, and shit with everyone watching. You wait, you piece of grok shite. I'll get you something. Those cages are calling your name. We'll take it. And I'll do a quick look through some of this stuff. Oberon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. So, I'm using a 9 to 12 sword. The shank has a higher top damage, but doesn't get cleave. Oh, and also doesn't get parry. All right, I'm going to stick with the sword. No, I'm going to stick with the serrated knife is what I'm going to do. Oh, we also got a shock baton. Your chain sword is still definitely way better, especially because I think we gave you chain specialization. Oh, look at that power swing, though. I mean, that's a vibe. I did pick up some good armor here, some good medium armor. 30%. Chainmail. So I'm actually a tank if I wear this. But my toughness score sucks. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got to work on that. We have all these 5s here. Oh, my God. We have so many skills at 5. That's not good at all. We can give Cassia this light enforcer armor if that's the case. So all of this can add to cargo. I think all these knives can add to cargo. Las guns, we can always add to cargo. Scrappy auto guns. This is kind of what you do with like stuff you don't want. Auto guns, throw those away. Las pistols, let's get rid of them. Scrappy autos, let's get rid of them. Shotguns, we'll get rid of them. Unless it's like a better weapon, like a pattern las gun. Nice. Oh, this flak armor is like way better than what he had on. For both of you. In fact, it's also better for you. Blah. Doesn't look as cool though. Whatever. Okay. Okay. I'm happy with that. Sorry. What's the game like so far? Very good. It feels like a CRPG similar to other Alcat games, but the one thing that I actually really like that it's been doing is instead of in like other CRPGs, often before big fights, you have to spend a bunch of time like drinking every potion, using every scroll, casting every buff spell, and that doesn't exist in this game. There are some... No, even this stuff, you can't, like, you have to use this in combat. So like buffs all exist in an in-combat state. So there's none of this like huge period before every single fight where you have to like pump yourself back up. And I absolutely adore that. I'll tell you that right now. I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you that. I think you're pretty much already immune to toxic damage. Let's make sure both of my psychers have that. And we'll give you immunity to warp damage as well. I also should probably dole out some grenades. Because why not, right? I'll give her the crack grenade. All right.
I tread a path unexplored.
No Man's Sky was an oof. Is it turn-based combat? It is turn-based, yeah. Combat's kind of like XCOM, yeah. Numbers are still staying sensible. You're not getting stuff that's jumping up, doing 2 to 3 times previous gear. Yeah, all the upgrades so far have been like pretty minimal, but we're also very early in. You can't afford to pay for the exorcist you hired. She repossessed your house? Wow, 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 wow. Not played Wrath of the Righteousness nearly much without the bubble buffs mods. I'll also tell you that modding crew is already modding. Like there's been a couple of mod tools that came out this morning. Because all those guys had access early. Flak chest plate at 20? That's just really bad, hey? Yeah, this is just like bad in every way. It looked kind of cool, so I thought maybe it was something special.
Argento, don't you find it difficult to be without your sisters? You are a soldier without a squad.
I will fight alongside my sisters again, but my present fate is not a burden to me. No matter where I go, or who I am with, I bring death to heretics. That is what matters.
Oh, I gotta look in here. Oh, warp lore. Prison guard key. Severed human body parts. Chopped up slabs of flesh. Another diary, part 3. I'm scared I know. Should have known the charity from the warden was going to bring nothing but trouble. No noble, no matter how barmy, would pull something of the sort. It started with little things. The warden would come by to talk as he did, except he used to ask us questions. He was gushing sermons. Some gibberish about a path to purgation, the sanctity of sacrifice, seeing with blinded eyes. Master Warden, you could say whatever rubbish he wanted as long as the tasty Optimate meals kept coming. I was wrong. After that, people in the barracks started yapping on about purgation and blindness. Us Optimates were no longer the Warden's favorites. We were, Emperor forgive us, prophets of some kind, meant to save the rest. People were now supposed to make sacrifices to Optimates. Yesterday, the sap who slept in the bed under me in the first year cut off his ear and crawled on my knees towards me. He handed me the ear and begged me not to forsake him when the fateful hour came. What on the throne am I supposed to do? The Warden said the time was nigh. The fate had truly great things in store. I went to look for how my friend Cleansen was doing. He hadn't spoken for 3 months since all of his top teeth were ripped out. He spoke today. He looked straight at me and said, "Dead man." I kept hitting him until it hurt. I'm scared. Come on, pass it.
My house would be proud of me.
A familiar scent, the dark force of chaos.
Intriguing. A bitter taste of defeat. Perfection.
Guys, we got to get better at opening these doors. The dawn is nigh. The Optimates will guide us into our new existence. Like, this is the thing. You don't even have a chance to like respond, to like set up for these missions. You're just like, you're in the middle of fight. And I really like that about this game. Look at your character. You're a noble. What origin and class world am I? We are a hive world noble who is an officer. Toy Box Mod's been on the Nexus for months, yeah. Finish my BG3 honor run. I'll look into buying this. You're doing the BG3 honor run? Wow, that's crazy. That's a hard challenge. Why didn't the spy help the damsel? Because they called him agent. Little chaos. Trish keeps sending you out, which reloads the tab. My computer mutes autoplay. That's very annoying. What does chaos smell like? I think it smells like copper. A rogue walks into the room, sees a fighter poking all the furniture with a sword, asks what you're doing. The fighter says, mimic. The rogue laughs. The fighter laughs. The footstool laughs. Lootables show up in the map if discovered. I did notice that. Yeah. Thank you, Throne. Normal looking faces. We thought we were going to die here with these nutters. The old man with a gap-toothed smile drops his weapon. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the look of this ragtag bunch hardly inspires trust. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot, but well, sitting out here wasn't an option. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join the festivities, so we had to, you know, play along. That was it. Play. We never meant offense to Governor Medea nor the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us a chance. We want to wait until everything blows over. We can go back to our cells and quietly do our time. A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. The lowborn speech is mottled with colors that conceal his true darker hues. This old man has a long history of lies, and he's using his wiles on us as well. I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his word. Tell me more about the warden and the riot. So why soil your tongue talking about that heretic? The warden of this prison, the Honorable Master Castilgia, was a crackpot. The previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, a punch in the choppers from the guard, work again. The new one, his first decree, he introduces lunches and dinners, 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. Things went downhill. The guards quit it with the teeth punching the warden forbade. The overseers started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry or swinging harder. They put together a list of best workers. Upper crust among us jailbirds. That's how it was at first. The warden decided it's the optimates, not the guards, who should be in charge of punishment. It wasn't the overseer's job to watch the prisoners, it was the optimates. Let me tell you, that's when the goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as their dear fellows. In the old days, we'd maybe 5 or 10 stiff kickings a week. Now we're lucky if it was only 50. That wasn't the end of it. The warden moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry under the dome. Think something in his new home really scrambled his brain. Began sprouting the wildest things like the optimates are saints who will behold the truth. Started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned. The ones who did, you wouldn't recognize them. More beast than man. They were butchering people left and right, even guards. The warden had armed them, and that's the whole sob story. The old cadre's right. Whenever nobles start giving hands out to commoners, something always go wrong. She notices you look and catches herself. I mean that with all due respect, your lordship. No offense intended. If I spare you, what do I gain from it? Us here, how should I put this? Different from the rest of the prisoners. We're not all petty thieves from Reichad Minoris. Your noblists are cut from a different cloth. We're fortune seekers from the void. We'll tell you we're on Footfall Station, the only shipyard. Where on Footfall you can find the very serious business-minded people and how you can get yourself a very special discount from some of them on special goods. What kind of very serious people? The Fellowship of the Void. These are the pirates. The largest pirate alliance in the Expanse. No leader, of course, but they're terribly serious captains who decide cutting each other's throat over loot was, what do you call it, counterproductive. Your nobleness happen to know someone who handles such kinds of dealings. All right. Now, there's a true aristocrat, not that warden creep. Where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's a district there, the Shadow Quarters. It's called that because it's located behind the statue of the holiest emperor. I've known folks who call it something else on it being behind the statue. Don't repeat their mistakes, I tell you. Reverend Hieronius wasted no time finding and burning them all. Footfall, the Shadow Quarters. There's a bar there built into the remnants of an old ship. And in that bar in the back room, Ryza does her business. Tell her Grandpa Backval says hello. You'll be her favorite client in the blink of an eye. There we all. We'll be going now, if you don't mind. Oh. Oh, cool. You can actually get them to join your ship's crew. But I'll just tell him he can go. It's the heretic option. We're heretics. This is unwise, Lord Captain. Most unwise. Gotta do some heresy. A little bit. Few cheeky ways to do honor mode, like using 3 party members, keeping someone at the back, kind of defeats the purpose. Never-ending free resurrection. Interesting. Ended Baldur's Gate 3 with over 60k anyway. You only need to rob him blind in the early game. I still haven't beat Baldur's Gate 3. I just like burned out on it, so. Let's try this locker.
Predictable.
Lots of good loot.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
I also just love this cargo system. Demolition.
Myself through my service.
Good job, Argenta.
I see the forbidden.
A cape, a saturated cape. Whenever the wearer uses endure, they immediately remove burning, poisoning, and bleeding. And foe hammer. It's a shotgun? It's a shotgun pistol? That has like a massive AoE. Oh, hell yeah, dudes. Oh my god, also a med kit, a gas cloud grenade, and a diviner's staff. Sanctioned psyker or unsanctioned psyker who is into divination. That's what Adira is. We just got some really good loot. Ditch this last pistol. And take the foe hammer. So I now have like a dead shot revolver. And then the foe hammer, which does this like massive AoE burst. You're the only one who has endure. So I'm gonna let you take that. And Cassia is an iconoclast?
Do not dare ask.
Isn't she? No.
Fate beckons me.
Endure. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20%. I'm gonna leave him with the mental of heroism. I'll give this to her right now just because she probably looks good in a cape. And then last but not least, a diviner's staff. 7-11 strike. Consign, heroic act consign. What does this do? The ability is also available in heroic act and desperate measures. I guess I could just give her 2 staffs. I don't know what this does yet, so I'm going to give it to her. So that's to the main level. It's all to the main level.
Embrace true power.
But this way was like keyed. So I think we'll go this way. Little hydro check, thank you. I've only completed 1 run. I'm an altaholic kind of person. I keep having to respect my main character and the ability to change race. I want to play barbarian. I can't. It's a small body type. Endure is a warrior ability. Yeah. Everyone needs a cape. I had the same thing. I've played through like the first act or the first like zone in Baldur's Gate 1 like quite a few times. Because I also ended up playing like co-op and on stream and off stream.
I tread a path unexplored.
Do I want to build a bridge? I guess this just like lets me in a different way, right? Attack must have come as a surprise. Okay. We're going in. Awoken prisoners. Accretions on the outside of the structure indicate some naturally occurring phenomenon, possibly poison gas emissions.
Ruinous favor prevails.
Nice.
Perfection.
Evidence suggests the victim was killed by poison gas. The glass-making furnace was used to melt extracted sand into glass. Fire grenades and melted charges. Let's go. We got Dark Souls shortcuts. A little bit, yeah. I get that reference now. I've been playing Sekiro the last couple of days in the evenings. And so I'm finally like getting Dark Souls a little bit. Very hard game, Sekiro. I'm not very good at it, I have to say, but I've been really enjoying my playthrough so far. 200 plus hours in Baldur's Gate EA as well. Oh my god. Oh, that's so much. 1,000 hours in BD3. I think it says 700 is from the first act. I suppose that tracks. This seems like it's a better approach. I told you, Evie, they're hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters. What have they given us? Nothing but pure pile of fibs and useless admonitions. He leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing. But Aurora, she is different. She spoke to me like no one ever had before. She revealed the truth, and I can reveal it to you if you stop struggling for a minute. The man realizes he's not alone and turns to you, clutching a long, thin metallic rod with blood dripping off it. We have guests from the Von Valencia ship, I would wager. Evie, my dear, you'll have to wait. Do not faint. It's important you feel everything, including your other eye. Such dreadful shades, the colors of this place, putrescent to the core. And these people, their colors are oozing with madness, despair, pain, and doom. How do you know who I am? Lies have many faces. There's only one truth, and it has been laid bare before me. I knew the enemy of truth would come here sooner or later. We had this guy once. He was a quiet one. One day he walked into the middle deck bar, threw one back, pulled out a gun, and started shooting people left and right without saying a word. Then he shoved the barrel in his mouth and blew his brains out. Our warden here has exactly that same look in his eyes. Yikes. Sekiro's proper hard. You came from Dark Souls, so you had to retrain your brain. Yeah, I like the parry mechanics. They're quite fun. It's just like learning people's patterns in that game. You've done the first Wrath of the Lich King like 3x 10 plus times. Whoa, whoa. I did it a couple of times for the first game, yeah. Kingmaker first act like 20. I only did one in Kingmaker, but I spent 23 hours in the character maker in Kingmaker before in Wrath of the Righteousness before I moved further on. Allow me to introduce Evelyn Winterscale, the younger son of Caligos Winterscale in the flesh. He was so close to witnessing the truth before you interrupted our little chat. How dare you, contemptible peasant! For every drop of noble blood you spill, you will pay 100-fold more. Is Cassia noble? I guess she is. Maybe we should bang Cassia. That does feel right. Elkanaya! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Also, again, I've asked this a few times. Is the game really loud? I have these new headphones, and it's really hard for me to tell like what's loud and what's normal at this point. You're doing your first ever Kingmaker run? Oh, enjoy. It's really good. It's long game, though. Very long. I knew nothing good would come of this naive attempt to negotiating with heretics. Evelyn appears to be alive. If we make haste, we might save him. Evane, sorry. Having a scion of House Winterscale in your debt would certainly prove beneficial. It was Aurora. You've managed to barge in here and interfere with the prophetess's designs without even knowing who she is. I do not like it when people take her name in vain. I desire your death, enemy of the truth. The time of our words has passed. Optimists, give power to the harbinger of Aurora. Let the foe see the truth or become awash in our blood.
The absurdity of your struggle amuses me.
Cease and repent!
Oh, we have such good position. I think I'll put Abelard here. No, here? I can't put him there because he's in contrast. Argenta gets bonus from full cover, so that's a really nice spot. She also gets a huge burst fire from there. Oh, they can also walk up here. Cassia, let's put you in the back. Yeah, let's do it. Warden's got a cool sword. Dudes!
Mocking me.
I'm getting ripped up already. Absolutely ripper-docked right now. All right. These two are out in the open, so I tell you what. You don't have line of sight? That sucks. All right, Abelard it is.
To being ordered around.
I hate how this staff she has doesn't give her any abilities.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I find that frustrating. Target's too close, right?
It will be done. Reduce the dust.
Got him.
At your beck and call.
And pop the Endure so we're safe. If I move down here, I'm 1, 2, 3, 4 away from her, so maybe not.
I am a navigator.
And I'm going to give Turg some bonus HP. And armor. And everything else.
Now.
Dudes, I'm getting shot up. Navigators are noble mutants, one of the many hypocrisies. I probably should have used my grenades. I'm realizing. It's too close. Gas cloud. 4 rounds deals 8 toxic damage to anyone who enters the area or starts their round inside. What is the range on it, though? Is it just the 4 squares?
Follow my lead.
We're gonna do this because I can cleave. Shove. Power swing.
Took care of this one.
Double kill. Nobody else can really get through here right now, which is good because I can protect Argenta. I would like to hit the Warden. But I don't have line of sight, so I can't dash him. Woof. Yeah, all right, we'll just hit that. Oh, I could. No, I attacked, so I can't shoot.
Indeed.
Oh, okay, cool. And I can actually just preload this, which I didn't realize. Amazing. All right. Kingmaker early game is always the hardest. I found Kingmaker the end of the game was really hard, but it's just because they put you in like absolutely like stupid impossible fights. Warning about needing no Pathfinder rules. Yeah, Pathfinder's also about like min-maxing extremely. This is kind of one thing I like about this game is it's not so min-maxy required, it feels like. It could just be me, but I do feel like that's the vibe I'm getting. You know, I bet if I did this differently... Unholy Lens. There's all this like damage from gas here that I'm wondering, like, is there a way for me to have gassed this like this pit that I just missed.
On it.
Oh yeah, and we have this new ability, Consign. The next hit against the target will be an automatic critical. Oh, but it uses your Psyker slot. Oh, that's tough. All these guys are just too far away from me. Unless... 1, 2, 3. Unless I move here. I'm gonna get killed if I do that, though. Let's be real. You're a melee weapon. You have a gun. And you guys all have guns. Well, actually, those two have guns.
Cover me.
I need to get her in full cover. It's just as simple as that. I'll get forewarning to big. And that'll do. That'll do, little piglings. That'll do. So that's pretty good. I can hit almost everybody with that. But 9%, 2%, very low hit chances. Ooh, I get double hits if I do these guys. Because the weapon has penetration. So I'm gonna run and gun, take the second shot. Brutal. And you might as well trigger that. No reason not to. 100 plus hour game. Oh, all the Alka games are like a lot of time. They got a lot going on. Pushes the target 2 cells away. I could force grenade the Warden into combat with Abelard. And then use voice of the command. That will stop my movement.
Sow the seeds of discord.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this. It leaves me with 2 AP is the only problem. All melee attacks made by the target deal additional damage equal to 3 multiplied by the number. Right.
I need no guidance.
This doesn't quite work as I hoped, but I think it's not a bad idea still.
Satisfying demise.
Oh, well, that didn't work like I wanted it to. You already have voice of command.
One step.
I guess I'll give it to you instead. All right. C'est la vie. Abelard's the guy to tank it at least. Okay. All right. Now we can start getting spicy. Your voice of the command is worn off, which is a little annoying. Yours hasn't though. And I wouldn't mind you getting some extra HP.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
We're gonna buff Adira to see if she can't get a double kill here somewhere. Or something. No! Blast him. 26 damage, automatic hit with the Psychic Shriek. It's a good trade.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'm going to use this on Turg so we get some bonus HP. And then we'll keep rolling. Kingdom Protest that you can do to catch up your companion to your XP. Have sheer XP on all settings. Adelhard, meat shield option 2. Chop chop, old boy. I mean, he's pretty good at chop chopping. We already have Reckless Strike, which is awesome. Because it does 20 armor pen plus 8 damage, ignores 8% parry, and any enemy who survives is forced to attack us on the next round. Which is precisely what I want here.
Victory is imminent.
Wow.
I've suffered worse.
What? Oh. I misunderstood that.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Brace for Impact is going to hit a lot of people here, at least both of them. Wow, I wish I didn't screw that bad so badly. I can do a double here, which is probably what I'm going to go for.
Will do.
Those guys are all really like spread out in the back and actually like away from everything.
That is not my destiny.
All right, well, maybe not. All right, screw it. A little telepathy. Don't want to spoil everything. It's very worth giving every party member you intend to use for the blind fight feat before the last act. Yeah, that's fair.
Was that you?
I'm really worried about triggering a Psychic Shriek here. Dismantling attack's second weapon. The operative immediately inflicts one exploit on all enemies in combat that makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. The next attack against every enemy in combat will be an automatic critical hit.
None will stand against me.
Sure. Let's do that. Sounds like a good idea to me. Why do you have so many 0% chances of hitting people? I can do this, but it's likely going to hit Abelard. All right, who's next? Awoken Prisoner. He won't reach us. Then it's the Warden. So we're just gonna blow him up. I was worried about that. I had a funny feeling. Oh my God. Demonic Impediment. Minus 20% penalty to agility, but his enemies suffer a minus 25% penalty to dodge his attacks. Is a noble sword. I don't think we haven't done any space combat yet. No, I did it in like the early game, in the like alpha, early alpha. And it was like okay then. They've made a lot of improvements to it since. They really took feedback like very strongly in this game. I can't do jack. Good parry though. So I have a bunch of unholy lenses when I definitely need to destroy them. Let's go. I don't want to move up here because I'll be brutal in cover.
Ruin beckons.
So I'm going to have him break rank.
Purpose guides me.
We'll throw voice of command on her.
I need no guidance.
And I'll give Abelard a second turn here.
I will do my duty. Reduce to dust.
Because that's what he does best.
My faith shields me.
Argenta, stop being shocked.
You don't frighten me.
All right, that's not too bad. So I got to blow up all these lenses. I have 2 guards in the back. And what is it? 1, 2, 3 lenses? Sheesh. I think I have to maybe give her like that Diviner's wand. That guy is about to go.
If only that were possible.
Too far.
I have read tomes
All right,
of military
here's what I'm gonna do.
tactics.
Give Abelard a second turn. You have no line of sight to this guy. Are you kidding me? But you can clearly shoot him with your gun.
Indeed.
All right. All right.
Me? If you insist, Lord
I'm gonna give
Captain.
Adira some tip HP since she's getting shredded. I'm really like bundled up right now and I don't like it. Even though I am in like a ton of mostly full cover. Big A, I need you to start moving forward, which is a problem because this warden is behind us. And I think until I break these, they're going to keep healing him. And he has a lot of HP.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
1 to 3 damage. Oh, it's because probably it's a las gun. Woof. I'm going to leave him for Adira.
At your beck and call.
Okay. Okay. I need her to be where biggest Turg is.
But of course.
Oh man, he's got a lot of HP. What did this ability do? Give him agility? A minus 20 penalty to agility. So lighting him on fire is actually going to be very good. Yeah. I also love does not stop my movement. Not that I'm really sure I want her moved anywhere else, though. We'll go here for now. I feel like I'm pushing my luck on Psychic. Scuba's, hey man, how is the game? Is there any timer of any kind to finish the game? Not that I'm seeing. No. It seems we have like, we can take our, we can chill and like kind of take our time and bit by bit. It kind of rewards you for exploring as much as you can and for taking your time with everything. It's also nice that like the combat is very like, you don't spend a lot of time prepping for combat. Everything you do for combat is in combat. Like just in terms of like buffs and healing and everything else. Does Biggest have an ability that gives him and his servant temp HP if they are next to each other? Yes, he does. Yeah. His servant, I believe, is Abelard, though, so I kind of whiffed that. Your cover is starting to break down, but not overly. That's nice. 100% chance to hit the thing behind him. I could hit him with a crack grenade as well if I wanted, but I think I'm just gonna do that.
Deeds is worthless.
0 damage to the unholy lens.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Huh. Oh, that's interesting. She actually hit the cover on the first shot, but because she's using a bolter, it just went through it and hit him anyway. Yuck. Yuck.
I will triumph.
Give her a bonus turn. She's kind of the only one easily able to do damage to him right now.
High momentum.
Ooh, nice. Finest hour. I could get Abelard much further up with that.
I won't waste my time on that.
Boogers. I mean, I'm not in good cover right now anyway.
Destiny reshaped.
The worst part about this is I don't think I can hit anybody. Even with a dash. He's 1 square too far away. And you can't like vault cover. Blah. All right, well, I'm going to put him here because he gets cover from getting shot in the back as well, at least. And 32, 65. I'll give you 65.
At your beck and call.
We'll endure. Oh, what am I doing? I can make multiple shots on this round.
It will be done.
I should not have used endure.
Indeed.
I could have fired 4 times. Oh, well. Elevate. Biggest turd, you can't reach on your shot. So I think that's it. This is your shotgun ability.
One step.
Does that work? Yo, this gun is amazing. It's like it fires a rocket. That rules. Sounds great. You'd love to chill on these games. I'm glad. I'm glad. Is Alcat an indie game? They seem a bit like Larian. I think I would consider them like more indie than Larian. They only do these style of games though. They are really good. Like I'll tell you, I'm part of their like the Owlcat creator program, which is like a pretty small group. And the way that they actually respond to feedback and to other people and like invite like artists, coders, modders, voice actors, creators, like we're all in the same space together, and which I've never seen done like that in any other creator program. And it's like a very good vibe. They've generally impressed me with how they run things. Oof, Adira. I'm gonna need to heal you.
Pain and beauty go hand in hand.
He dodges once. Who has medkits, by the way? Sorry to do this. Abelard does. Argenta does. You don't. I don't. She don't. Haha. All effect within the range. I can hit him with a lidless stare. We might as well. And then I'm gonna give Argent the boost. That's 25 times 4. Or 50. I'll take the burst.
I'll do it.
It might kill his cover.
It's why I was chosen.
Okay. Part of me is wondering, like, should I be inspecting these things right now? Maybe. Cassia, that's it for you. Dude, Abelard's getting lit up down there right now. Real bad. We can kill this guard.
A tactically sound approach.
Which I think is what we're going to do.
Some fewer tongue.
Then I can make a shot with you. And I'll have to endure because we have no cover. Amazing work. This is their first true turn-based, though. I feel like they added it both on feedback in the previous game. Realizes what the success of BG3 turn-based, definitely the way forward. Yeah, I mean, early stuff of this, I've been, you know, we had access to this in January, which is like a fair bit before Baldur's Gate still came out. I think it's more just like with the cover-based mechanics, it just makes more sense. Oh, okay, so I have to start probably moving Adira forward. But the problem is I don't want to.
There is movement
Because I need her to be healed. God damn, I'm literally one square off. All right, never mind. You're going right back there.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
We'll analyze them. We'll hit them with another burn. We're actually keeping our warp in pretty good shape. Abelard's already got forewarning. Oh, I didn't realize this lasts until the end of combat. I should be using that a lot more. I'm going to expose weakness on that guard so he's easier to hit. Oh, god damn. Does using this stop my movement or attack?
Guided by faith.
I really hope not.
Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
Just in time.
Out of range.
As the Emperor commands.
25%. Yeah, not very likely. I don't know why I didn't use my sniper rifle just then. That was really stupid. Biggest turd will move you up. Let's say to here. Let's see.
Purpose guides me.
Drop a voice of command and a second turn. We're going to swap her over to that sniper rifle, which I'm going to use Deadeye to 95 shot him. That also gives her bonus momentum because it was done on a commanded turn. Just much more the vibe of what I was going for. What happens if I shoot this? It does do damage. So if I destroy this before I kill him, he shouldn't come back a third time. In fact, I probably have to destroy all of these.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
None of which I can hit.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I mean, I might as well. I can't reach him with my eye. I can't reach him with any of this.
That is foolishness. I'm afraid not.
Target is too far. Can I affect any of you with this? Yes. We'll give her some bonus HP and armor. Now. Seeing as that does basically no damage. Can you reach him? My god, I think he can.
It will be done.
Let's get in there. Parry with the chainsword. Rough. Power swing, strike. Another parry.
At your beck and call.
Will endure to tank. I mean, at least he's the guy up there taking the endures.
What is this foreboding? On it.
So, psychic damage does
Anything
not
else?
do damage to a big metal object. I feel like I should have been able to guess. Ooh. Do you have... Are you for real? Why did you cast that like that? I should start hitting him with Consign, probably. My god. If I destroy the last lens, you shouldn't be able to come back. Yeah, I think so. AA Studios have been putting out better products than AAA in general. Yeah, for sure. They were largely a Russian company. When Russia invaded Ukraine, Alcat total radio silence. Not making comment on the war, but also not doing regular dev diaries. It spent the time moving their studio and all their devs in Russia to another country. Interesting. Massive respect one. It's been a very hard decision and the risks they took. Yeah, big time. That is a very tricky one. All right, I'm going to move her here. I don't know if I should be shooting him or the lenses at this point. She doesn't seem to do a lot of damage against most things. Wow, that did a metric ton of damage though. I don't want to kill him until I break this lens, because he'll obviously come back at least once.
I will triumph.
You're so close, little baby. God damn. God damn.
Purpose guides me.
Let's just buff. All right, well, he attack of opportunity.
My purpose
What?
empowers me to prevail.
If I may, I kindly disagree with you there, sir.
Do not dare ask.
Voice of command. Now I can cast anything on you. This one to get back in the fight. This one to give you a secondary turn.
Not a servitor.
You're going to switch to your knife, which I know you have.
I need no guidance.
And he's going to parry it. And if I move, I'm in trouble. If I stay here, I'm also in trouble. Good gravy.
Tried and tested tactics are the best.
All right, well, might as well.
Gray hair, sure hand.
I mean,
It will be done.
maybe he won't come back an extra time.
I took care of this.
Wow, I brute forced the hell out of that, didn't I? Looked like second damage won't work on me either. Just because I'm a big hunk of metal. Rogue Trader is downloaded and I can't decide what kind of character I want to play. I like that there's probably a respec in Pathfinder, but it is still tough. There is a respec on the ship. I can't confirm that, yeah. Biggest in pain. Yeah, I dropped down to 1 HP in that. If Ally had been commanded to get buff from that skill, he will attack. Attack from the ability that Biggest used. Well, it's just that he respawned. That's like the reason he attacked me is because he respawned. So he immediately, I think, got a turn. Is my understanding. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Evelyn, Evane Winterscale of Koronus. Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Urak 5, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisting from pain and bitterness. We must help the Lord Captain, save the clarity of his soul, for he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady Cassia, I presume, the sacred child of House Orsilio. How disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, I find I'm not at my best. Lord Captain and I met under similarly dreadful and tragic circumstances. I cannot be certain you aren't infected by this corruption. What have they done to you? The warden, my friend, I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. I mean, he's a noble. We're still a noble. Conserve your strength. You're wounded and need help. Wounded, I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured and maimed, perhaps. Have you ever had your eyes burned out? This was my first time. I can't say I recommended the procedure. I'll take my leave. I'll see to it your assistance is provided and you're escorted out of here. Giving in to oblivion. Goddamn, dudes. What a brew. Ha ha. Improved armor glove. Flak chest plate. The noble sword that I want for myself. On a hit, the sword's attacks inflict a disturbed effect for 2 rounds. If the target of the attack has already suffered from disturb, the attack deals an additional willpower damage. Oh, that's actually not that good for me. Ratobi pattern las gun and a precise las pistol. Single dead eye and pistol burst. That's kind of useful. I might actually take that over the dead shot. My god, we got another level. It's like everything you do in this game immediately gives you a level up. Your skin crawls as you approach this place. There doesn't appear to be anything of note. The mutilated man does not stir, bound in his shackles. The plaque near his head reads, Most Holy Prophet and Optimate. Area... Atishan! This is the guy we read all his journals. That's really funny. Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first, you're uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, the same way as the shards of the unknown broken object found near Theodora. Why are you so interested? By the Imperium Saints, it can't be! I see it too. Whatever this thing in her study was, it was made from the same material as this junk. It's a mistake, slander meant to blemish the good name of the person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First, the minions of the archenemy murdered Captain Theodora, and now this cannot be tolerated. Space dating sim? It's always a little bit, isn't it? Come on now, Abelard. Remember what she was like? Brazen, assertive. It was her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone head first into a black hole if she thought it would have put her one step ahead of everyone else. If we could find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood, but do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. The sister's words ring with genuine, sincere hope that you be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers. A dubious trinket, you're no longer see a person. You see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. How dare you admonish me? We're speaking of abetting the archenemy. A person who has tainted themselves can never justify their actions. Sure, why go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of everything when you could just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, dear friend, I seem to remember you didn't mind Theodora so much when you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side for a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset. You just gave up on her and moved on. I mean, I'm definitely side Adira for the most part. You will cease these insinuations about Theodora at once. I will not allow the name of von Valanci's family to be defamed. It is too soon to cast accusations of heresy. Walking a fine line between outright heresy and the barrel of a bolter. Wow. The deeds of the rogue traitor predecessor speak more loudly than any words I could utter. Oh, I upset her.
Let's seize the opportunity.
We got her upset a little bit. Crippled man's appearance is ghastly.
Idru with the clapback.
Big clapback. Adira doesn't mind clapping.
Power.
She's got pretty strong opinions. All right. What are we? Cargo those. Cargo these. Cargo that. How do I get up there? Oh, a ladder. Oh, that makes sense. Loot.
Powers unseen.
That's it?
Uncover my path.
I do like that the planets you go to are like, it's not like it's a crazy amount of rooms. You know, it feels very reasonable. Upsetty spaghetti. We should, just to make sure before we go any further, hit these levels. We're almost level 10, which is fun. We get another talent. When the officer uses an ability on an ally, that ally gets a bonus to perception and ballistics equal to my fel bonus. So +6. Which is like a +1. Bonuses stack, but half of them are lost at the end of the target's turn. We have all the noble abilities and stuff as well. The noble servant gains +2 movement points every turn. I mostly give Abelard my servant, and him being able to move really fast is really good. That being said, stacking perception and ballistic skills also make it much more likely for us to hit with all of our weapons. And this is a fel bonus basic thing, which I am a fel officer. I'm gonna have to go for focus. I gotta go for focus first. Persuasion, commerce, coercion, carouse. My coercion's at 80 right now, which is really high. My persuasion is not that high. I guess we could bump the commerce up. I wouldn't mind that. We are the rogue trader after all. Have you not managed to corrupt the sister yet? Not yet. She seems pretty incorruptible, but we'll see. Carouse, athletics. I'm gonna give you athletics. It's less than 50% wounds. They gain crit chance. Enemy attacks the warrior. The warrior's next attack against them deals bonus toughness damage, +6 toughness damage. That would be good for him, because he's a toughness warrior. We can also increase charge distance by 3 cells. He's not bad. I'm gonna give him contempt. You're going to get, let's see, triggers an exploit. They gain armor pin until the end of combat. Exposed weakness also reduces enemy's toughness by int. Exposed weakness costs no AP. All damage over time effects applied by the Psyker gain 5x5 psi rating, critical hit chance. This chance to increase by all bonuses to critical hit chance. Sparks of the Greater Flame. I mean, I did decide to make her a Pyromancer. Every time an enemy suffers damage from the Psyker, that enemy's armor is reduced by 3. If that enemy's armor is already 0, the deflection is reduced. I got all these fire-based things now here. If the Psyker is burning, their psi rating is increased. Damage from fire no longer reduces their momentum. Gets bonuses from fire. Psychic power used by the Psyker deals damage. A random enemy within 2 cells from the initial target suffers half this damage. What? That's amazing. That's so good. She's all about like AoE. So if she lightning storms a group, it's basically going to double lightning storm to some degree. Whenever a psychic power used by the Psyker deals damage, a random enemy within 2 cells from the initial target suffers half this damage. Dude, that's incredible. Yeah, we'll take that. No question. And she gets a common talent, which I can also grab. What was that? Talent and common talent. Oh, I see. So she can take operative talents here. So I should actually probably put that in her common talent. Target of analyzed enemies has 2 or more exploits. Target suffers additional exploits. That's not bad. Operative randomly distributes the same number of exploits as when using analyze in a 10-cell radius. Reactive study. The operative's perception bonus is 10 or higher, which means she has to have 100 perception. They gain 1 AP and ignore deflection. If they've not moved, they gain perception bonus ballistic skill and int bonus for every 5 cells. No, that's not good for her. I've been thinking about this one. The operative inflicts an exploit even on enemies which are out of their line of sight. So the way operatives work is they stack exploits every single turn. And this basically means everyone will get hit by it. And I also like it because she's a diviner. It kind of makes sense. And then I'll take backdraft here. Don't believe she can be. Starts too far on the dogmatic path. Yeah, I mean, that's not to say that she can't be. But it does imply that it would be very difficult. And then we get a talent and a skill. Probably demolition. She is her demo specialist right now. Soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies. The soldier gains ballistic skill percentage more damage for their next turn. Right, already fired up. Crit damage is increased. Using medkits costs less. Soldiers' area attacks gain bonus ballistic skill damage, armor penetration, and ignore deflection when used against enemies in a 3-cell radius at point blank. Okay. Whenever the soldier successfully dodges or uses cover against an enemy attack, they gain a guaranteed critical hit against that enemy. That's pretty nice. The soldier's second attack action in a turn deals 5 plus 2 times agility bonus, more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage from the soldier this turn. And when the soldier has full cover against an enemy, the soldier gains 10 damage against that enemy, and the enemy's attack deals 20% less damage against the soldier and their cover if the cover is present at the moment when the shot is fired. So she is an agility soldier. Is it something like at a certain level you start getting multiple attacks? Because I didn't know you could get a second attack action in a turn. But I'm obviously very interested in that. That would make AP better. She gets another attack with run and gun. That's true. Very true. Then we got talents and skills here. So Let's see. Commanding voice is really good. We have this on our main character. I had to move her around a lot because she was like never in range just then. I think I'm just going to give her that. And then let's see. You're not really great at most things. I could give you warp lore. Yeah. You are my navigator. Why not? Your int's really bad, but screw it.
Intriguing.
Okay. Then we can get the heck out of here. The rebellions have crushed. I've news of your lord. He's safe and in one piece. I shall receive him as a gift on my ship, so ready the shuttle. Consider it done, your lordship.
The world will bow.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Combat insight, I heard it's like when she gets plus 10 bonus to the stat, like you have 10 to perception and WP. I gotta look at that again. She does get, yeah, the run and gun. And I mean, she also gets a lot of abilities that I have let her shoot more than once in a turn, so. Range from failure to return library books. I mean, one guy was in there because he was like, oh, I had a fine that was due, and I didn't know it was due because they didn't file the paperwork, and by the time they filed the paperwork, the, like, interest on it was so high I couldn't possibly pay it off. Over the past few days, I've received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no tech litany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel systems, but the servitors make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze. Occurrences in these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations, or have some other sensible explanation. Not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shuts, a lumen starts flickering. Folk have grown used to all that, so our resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse. The technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnisaw, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated by the manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's tasks considerably more difficult. High Factorum Janice Danrock would like to discuss how she would deal with the defective property. Waiting on the bridge. Ooh, voidship management.
It's almost like turning people into biocomputers and biorobots isn't a great idea.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nope. Cut that out. Increase hull integrity. Armor. Auspex. Shields, engines, ports, starboards, dorsal prow. So I guess we got scrap because we trashed that station. Oh. Upgrade. Posts. Oh, we haven't done any of this. Swing run. Your flagship flies in a straight line, making a full U-turn at the end of its movement. Torpedo control. Oh, and I just like haven't upgraded stuff enough here. I can put people into positions though. Supreme Commander seems like probably me. Skill required persuasion. Master Cannoneer would be Argenta. She gets expeditious reload. Reloads all macro cannons that were fired. What do I give them? Focused effort. Use of both abilities on selected post for 1 turn. Our shield master is based on tech use. Oof. Master of Maneuvers is Abelard with athletics. New heading. My warp channeler. Oh, well, I guess that's probably going to be Cassia. Shallow jump. And a master of etherics is awareness, which is perfect for you. Flagship's next shot gains 2 extra range. I mean, I'm about to get a tech priest. I'm sure his tech use is probably really high. Point of interest detected. Yeah, but we've already been there. All right, let's go to the bridge. Talk to our high factorum. Galaddo's still a little bit drunk. Yeah, she's tipsing. Curse in the machine breaking through the 4th wall. Oh, I thought this was just a cutscene. Not realizing I just had to move the camera. Janice Danrock. Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. I would like to replace the painting of the late Theodora in my chambers. Hang my portrait instead. It will be done. There's a problem with the servitors. What happened? Your lordship, the servitors have been malfunctioning. They violate protocols, interrupt tasks, observe crew members, and move erratically with no meeting. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself, but it deemed it necessary to notify you. I don't want to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments. I'll look at them, but not right now. I would like to go get a tech priest before I do this. It just kind of seems like a good idea. You know? I also want to go to this void ship. What we have here, Lord Captain, it's very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It's quiet, huddled up there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship. Someone sure went to town on it. We're registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments and an incoming transmission. Hear us? Do not require assistance. Repeat, do not require assistance. Copy. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Emperor protects. I'm told by our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. There is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near Rycadia Filioi's colony that is refusing help, which, not to put too fine a point, has not been offered to them yet. Can we establish communication? Identify yourselves. Repeat, identify yourselves. Do not tell. Tell him. We are done for. This is Thunderfang. We are a merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private merchant vessel. Where did I hear this name? Thunderfang. Ravor, report damage on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by guns of combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has almost been completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Someone giving them a thrashing so solid they barely managed to limp away. Main guns on my order. Aim weapons. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? I don't know. What if? Certainly not. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification, we assure you. Peaceful merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. What happened to you? There's a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles, another swears, and yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the others shut up. We were flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and opened fire. Miracle we could get away. Emperor protected and then more fire. Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. The folks are left without our help. We never got to them. This is suspicious. I want to know what they forgot in the area. I'd like to aim, but I'm really afraid if I select option 2, they're just going to blow up the ship. I want them to aim, but not fire. Sounds orc. I don't know, the way they're scrabbling sounds like chaos to me, right? I'm gonna say main guns on my order, aim weapons, target for Thunderfang. I just don't trust. I feel like I'm walking into a trap otherwise. Please restrain your anger. The voidship has a spacious hold. Perhaps they'd be willing to establish trade relations. Main gun deck, belay that order. Stop playing games and explain what you forgot in the area. What have you done, idiot? It's too late now. We are from the Fellowship of the Void. Of course they're pirates. We did not come here on loot, on different business to help our own out of jail. Do not hurt, please. We already had our Kronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of plunder. I mean, goods. The Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions. Consider themselves above regular heretics because they sometimes have vox combos with those who they are about to board. Were it up to me, I'd make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons. They certainly deserve it. Although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you find dealing with them acceptable. Prepare for commercial exchange. My boys will fetch anything your hearts desire. Profit factor 13. Camouflage robe. The wearer's ranged attacks decrease the target's dodge by 5. A flamer. Wow, we have so much stuff here. Required cargo. Heretic trophies, Xeno architects, jewelry, ship components, armor kits, melee weaponry, ranged weaponry, fuel, and miscellaneous. All right, well, let's give them fuel. We'll give them miscellaneous. Why not? Armor kits they want. Oh, we have multiple armor kits. Oh, cool. Melee weaponry, ranged weaponry. Ship components, jewelry, heretic trophies. That puts us at max reputation. Oh, it puts us at reputation 1. I see. I see. Well, they super value heretic trophies, so let's give them another set of that. I could give them another 1,000 and get them to point 2. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's like individual. Okay, yeah. Heretic trophies. Ship Xeno. We could do armor kits. Melee weaponry. Ranged weaponry. 50 for miscellaneous. Why not? Rank 2. Dope. War World Origin Fencing Body Glove. 25 armor. 10 dodge against melee attacks plus 10 parry. Profit factor is representation of the relative value of the rogue trader's warrant of trade and what opportunities it can call upon. Ah, I see. We also have to spend profit factor. That's money in this game. Reaper Cape. 5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius. Oh, no, wait, sorry. Reaper Cape is 12 dodge reduction to the wearer's melee area attacks. That's pretty good. But Abelard already has 2 capes right now. We have a Mesoa pattern auto gun. It's not that great. Blinding grenades, axes. War World Origin flak chest plates. 5 armor if the wearer has no cover, plus 10 parry. Using charge costs 1 AP less. Oh, that's incredibly good. A great sword. And a Medal of Alacrity. Whenever the wearer targets an ally with Bring It Down for the first time in combat, that ally gains 1 additional action point. Stalker gloves. And noise suppression helmet. All right. So I think this like replenishes is basically how it works over time, but you don't spend it. Profit factor is more like a level you achieve that gives you access to everything of the same or lower value. That's 25. I'm trying to remember like what our other characters have equipped. Power Maul. It's pretty nice, actually. Strike, power swing, and shove. I mean, I do think you spend it, but I think it just like recharges quite quickly. If I bought this camouflage cape, which I am tempted on. Fencing body glove. Man. Dodge against melee attacks, plus 10 parry. All right, I'm gonna buy the camouflage robe. Huh. Yeah, you're right. So I could just buy everything? And it doesn't cost me anything whatsoever? I feel like I really need to have access to the encyclopedia right now. I would like another medikit. I could just buy all 9 of them according to this. We gotta read about that. Clearly we can just trade with him at any point. Where's the encyclopedia of the game? Profit factor. PF is a measure of the rogue trader's wealth and power, aggregated value of their income, loans, treasury, etc. It's a replacement for conventional currency and is used for all the rogue trader's purchases, from grenades to planetary improvements. Buying items does not reduce your profit factor. Rather, its value serves as a threshold that determines your access to certain purchases. It can never drop below 0. If an action requires you to reduce your PF below 0, that action becomes unavailable. Profit factor has no upper limit. Complete story quests, selecting certain dialogue options, fulfilling contracts, and completing colony projects. It can decrease by completing story quests, selecting certain dialogue objects, fulfilling projects, and launching colony projects. I see. Okay. So I'll buy this. I'll buy all of these. I'll buy all of these. I'll buy this. 5 melted charges and a flamer. Very good, sir. Very good. I'm going to give you this camouflage robe, because it should help. I'm going to give you... this fencing robe. You're going to get this improved armored body glove. You're going to add to cargo. You're going to add to cargo. I don't know about them right now. What do you have? An auto pistol. Add to cargo. I could give her the flamer. Which I'm very tempted to do. I'm going to give you a power baton in your secondary weapon. I'm going to take this noble's sword, even though it's not that great. But I am a noble, so... I guess I could put that in my offhand. We got this Ripper auto pistol. Didn't we get a really cool pistol? A precise las pistol. That's the one I'm thinking of. Single shot, deadeye shot, and pistol burst. Now we're looking like a real little commissar here. Getting the vibe going. Everybody gets a cape, even if they don't do anything. You need another med kit. I wish we could equip more med kits. Lots of grenades. Because why not? Okay. Sorry for the slowdown here. 8 to 16, 6 to 8. I'm fine with this. All right. Oh, I'm glad we stopped. That was good. Good loot. And finally, we head to the main planet of the system. Do I want to switch around the staff on the Psychers? Yeah, probably. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you've been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here in your study. You stand up and stare at dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloody faces of those who died on the ship's bridge and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from darkness to take your life. As of your own accord, the shard laying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant from Conrad Voigtger's weapon, slips into your hand. It's searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Kneel before the rogue traitor. Your lives belong to me. All you hear is unintelligible voices, whispers, moans, and derisive laughter. Anger ignites in your chest, and you clutch the shard, which ravenously bites into your palm. An unbearably bright light floods everything around you, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You felt this gaze before on the bridge, and the voice that appeared in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven. The path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Yes, master. One look at the weapon in your hands makes your very soul tremble. It is a weapon fit for the greatest chosen of the gods, the judge of fate, the tyrant of millions. In the whispers flooding your ears, you hear promises of strength, power, and triumph. Vogue, the first dawn, is hereby woven into the tapestry of your fate. Seek the second dawn in the hands of she who rises above its future dominion. The former aspirants fell, and thus the new one will become the chosen of the weaver of destinies. Make mortals serve you as their gods, and become a vessel of the edge. You awake from the vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and images of the sword in your hand. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what transpired. Your foreign presence rises up out of the darkest, deepest recesses of your mind. The cut on your hand burns like acid, and an alien consciousness in your head greets the pain with a discordant wave of barely intelligible voices. Pick up the shard. You reach your shaking hand to the shard, now slippery with blood. You wipe its metallic surface and stash your treasures under your clothes, next to your heart and soul, forever seared by the great power of the warp. You know, it's really hard to be evil in video games, but it's not hard to be a heretic. I wish I got that sword, though. I bet it's a heresy sword, and I bet it rules. Oh, we do have this. 20% chance to save a combat stimulant or medkit after using it. Everyone in the party gains 25% chance to gain 1 AP after killing an enemy. However, triggering this effect immediately manifests psychic phenomenons. I don't know. Turg the Ever-Chosen. Pretty much. So this staff, can you equip this? She cannot. Because she's a diviner, she can't equip that staff. Oh, and she can't equip a psychic staff. Man, navigators suck. If I gave you that, I could give you the long glass, which I think is maybe the better choice. So our sister now has a bolter and a flamer, which is very fitting. Cassia doesn't have a second weapon. I could give her the M40. Whoa. What is going on with her eyes right now? And she's got a mad underbite happening too. I think the center of her face collapsed. That is pretty memes. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I gotta send them that screenshot as a bug report. That's very funny. We also have the Mesoa pattern auto gun, but it's not really as good. Toby pattern las gun is pretty good. Recoil 10, recoil 15. I'll just leave her with that. The model was not made to hold rifles. No, I think that's probably the case. Oh, was our picture up on the wall? It is. Who's that beautiful boy? Oh, why is there blood all over it? Uh-oh. That's suspicious. I don't like the look of that. Not one bit, sir. All right, we better go get ourselves a tech priest. Begin the scan. Starport. Everybody. What blood? Chat sees no blood? Uh-oh. Arrow. Uh-oh. Landed into a goddamn war zone here. Dangerous. Starport greets you with the din of ordnance and the smell of explosives. Weapons on the ground, or I'm firing. A man in a torn, dirty uniform hobbles towards you. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads Sergeant Malagar. All right, so our skies are in lockdown. The rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you just happen to land in the rear without a scratch to show for it on a shuttle like that? Where'd you get it? Stolen from the palace? Grab 'em, lads. We got ourselves rebels. By the throne, what a mess. Rough spot, old man. Go easy on him. Abelard, enlighten this rabble about the proper manner of greeting the god emperor's chosen. You stand before rogue traitor von Valancius, you ignorant worm. Snap to attention this instant and give his lordship a formal report. My mistake, sir. At once, the starport is under the control of the governor's warden. Perimeter commander is Sergeant... Kablam! A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of his words. Shrapnel flies everywhere. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that's now adorned with the crimson tatters. Blood pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says a prayer for the dead. Man, our ship looks like it's dogged up pretty bad here. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Lass Malagor reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. You, some dirty dog shot down my shuttle. Affirmative, your lordship. It's all those damned rebels. Some have got their hand on an anti-aircraft battery, and it's causing our shuttles no end of trouble. The thing packs a punch. You're lucky they missed you. I've seen them fry 2 shuttles carrying reinforcements. Do you happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? He must have, right? I don't know, sir. There's definitely been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at the headquarters. Unrest, armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. The lower levels sparked and then went up the spires, hit the Vox hubs, the arsenal, and the Meg trains. Then Felix tore off his mask precisely because he knew about the trouble on Rykad Minoris. You knew none of our allies would come to our aid. You may continue your report, peasant. I love that she calls everybody peasant. The unit was here when it all went to Groxus. The tech priests linked the satellite reports of strange void ships in the system, orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Rykad Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures in order to increase security at key facilities. Everyone knows that something's not right. You better double the warden detail. The alarm was raised and we were sent to secure the starport. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo and every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute. How can some pathetic rebellion be enough cause for such a lackluster welcoming ceremony in honor of a rogue trader's arrival? It's an insult. Yeah, let's go with that. Apologies, sir, your lordship. I couldn't have known. I wouldn't have notified. Had we known we were expecting such an eminent visitor, we would have, you know, at the double with all due devotion. I'm going to see the governor. As long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft batteries, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on the foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as an escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders for them to wait for you and inform headquarters they better send out a convoy. We'll follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. You're a good soldier, but you got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. The same hand that salutes might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. I can't seem to get my head around these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. What tech priest? A very important person from the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. He kept asking if anyone by the name of Amarant or Amarant or something like that had arrived. Barely answered any of our questions. He demanded to talk to the governor personally, so I had to send a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. My God. What awaits me on the path? All the roadblocks are gone. The whole place is in the hands of the rebels. Watch your step. The place is full of mines. His remark about mines lodges itself in your memory. More than anything, you will need to watch the ground and not your surroundings. You'd rather risk a shot from a rebel or a jittery soldier than experience a few handfuls of lethal frag shrapnel resting on top of 300 grams of explosive phyllocene. A good fighter would have long since reclaimed the starport. Move out and attack, you cowardly knave. Apologies, your lordship, sir. We will rectify that at once. Follow my lead, you lot. I'm giving you 2 minutes to reload and patch yourself up. Yeah, we're routing the rebel dregs. He roars his commands, organizing his troops for what is undoubtedly a suicidal offensive. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands. Rumors. On your travels, you will hear rumors. Sometimes rumors are just that. Sometimes there's truth to them. Some case there may be even more. While visiting the Expanse as a rogue trader, you're bound to hear rumors regarding your own deeds. Unidentified void ship circling a nearby star has landed on a large uninhabited world. All right, we'll look into that. Have to see what can be done. In the meantime, let me loot your fallen soldiers. Your comrades don't need these goods anymore. And we'll start getting into it.
Embrace true power.
Rap. Artillery, do you copy? Requesting a barrage on launch pad 3. I guess we're leading the charge. Yes.
Show them no mercy.
Kind of. Wow, these guys are not small fry. It's a lot of guns. I mean, I could just leave some people up top. Bum. That's also half cover, so what does it really matter? I'd rather be close enough that I can actually shoot them. Instigating. Shot his own dude in the back. Raging woe at a level equal to the corresponding amount of rebels in the fight. Weapon skill and ballistic skill by 1 and damage +1 for every level of waging foe. Yeah, he just absolutely iced that dude and shot his other buddy. That's hilarious. All right, the flamer is much more close range. Wow, a lot of these guys are behind very good cover right now. This would hit him and the guy in the back. It looks like. Actually, like, unclear.
Doubt is for the weak.
Let's try this. Nuke him.
I'll do it.
Run and gun. Rebel agitator, gunner. We'll go with him. And then we'll stack up a concentrated fire as well. Which for some reason is taking penalties right now. Oh, because of winded, probably. Abelard is going to just like get himself surrounded by melee people, and it's going to be so good. Now, that's what I want to see. A big 4-person fry up. Absolutely.
I'm not so sure.
You don't have line of sight. Really? Oh, he must be like under... Wow, I can't believe I don't have line of sight to him. So I can fry these two in the back. They're both gunners, so... It seems like probably a good idea. Then I'm going to analyze him. And we'll expose him for weakness.
Was that you?
Make him easier to hit. Awesome. Yeah, move forward. Be the bait I need. Amazing. They just keep shooting each other. It's so good. Okay, so this does cast from me. I could lidless stare 2 of them. No, 4 of them.
If only that were possible. If I may.
Gotta do that. Chance for stun as well. And I think what I'm gonna do is boost Adira and just do another lightning charge. On the 2 of these dummies.
But of course. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Yeah, which did like 16 and 13 and then 6 and 8. It did like the second version. How am I liking this so far, bro? I am really enjoying it. It brings out, I think, the best part of most of like the Pathfinder games, but much, much faster because you don't have to spend a lot of time like buffing up. The combat is I find more satisfying. This poor dude is not going to have a lot of shots. Now... I'm going to make Argenta my servant, because she's probably going to stay in cover here. So we'll get the nice buffs. And then honestly, like, I think I'm just going to go full speed here on her. Give her the extra move and everything. Yeah, so far very much enjoying. Radical, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. 50-25. I'll take it. We'll take it. Oh, hit one but not the other. All right. And we do have our little las pistol here. In fact, we got a couple different pistols we can use. 29% or 28%. I mean, I guess. Swing and a miss. Oh! Cocky clamor. Oh, they're bundled up so good. Dude, Abelard is getting shredded right now. He's in huge trouble. He has no cover. God damn, son. I am concerned. We're going to Reckless Strike so that we do double damage on this cleave, which should kill both of them.
Victory is
Oh, nice. He just picked up the Earring Breach as well. We're going to Endure for a point back.
We'll rule the stars.
We're going to use Daring Breach. Then I got options. You're a rebel. Argenta can kill you. You're a rebel. Argenta can kill both of you, in fact. I can move her, shoot, run and gun, move and shoot. Which means I could actually just like charge full speed with Abelard if I wanted. He's on heroic Daring Breach, so the warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn, and I don't lose MP after performing attacks. Which also just means he could kill all these people.
Indeed.
That's going to use all your movement points if you do it.
My place is at the fore. It will be done.
Let's just do that. Yeah, they're too far away. I'm okay with that. I always like the Elka games. Too bad I suck at CRPGs. BG3 is super easy compared to Pathfinder. Yeah, that's because like Pathfinder is designed for min-maxers, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But it's just kind of like what they got going on. It's definitely a pretty different vibe from like Baldur's Gate. So you don't have cone up, do you? Concentrated fire? Not yet. If I use that and I multi-shot, that'll work.
As the Emperor commands,
So we're gonna do concentrated fire so that we are more accurate. And then burst fire these guys. God damn. Revel and Slaughter. I just realized I've run and gunned last turn, so I actually can't get her back into cover. Well. Can't see him, can you?
Anything else?
Let's just buff you. See if the guards can draw some attention instead. Voice of command on Abelard. I can have either of these guys affected by this ability. Are you suddenly missing a lot of HP, or did you miss that earlier?
Me?
I'm gonna give it to her agenda.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
62% chance. But if you run and gun,
Faith without deeds is
you'll get
worthless.
6 movement. That's hilarious. That's actually so good. Oh, I can hunker up there.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
What about if I use this instead? No? All right. What if I used this? God damn.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
So they should actually be able to move up there without trouble.
Through chaos, I stride.
I'm gonna give Abelard a second turn here so that he can just like sniper this dude.
Victory is imminent. One fewer target.
Absolutely domed. And then it doesn't really matter. I think I will just run up. If I go here, can you charge him? You can.
I took care of this one.
Boom. Bunch of rebels. No good, filthy, useless rebels. Retha, good afternoon. Hello. Momentum. Yeah, a lot of momentum. Let's add those guys to the cargo. We got scrappy las guns. Let's add them to cargo. We got shock batons. Let's add those to cargo. I love this cargo mechanic, by the way. It's so good. Such a better way to handle like the mass amount of items you find in combat. Abelard did take an injury there. A blind madman. My eyes, my eyes. Let's go pop up here. Lower Imperium.
Predictable.
Written on the sides of the wordle, written on the side of the shuttle in pilots' lowly slang are the words, "Do not touch, a shipment of tithes to the blessed Lord Captain Caligos Winterscale." Perhaps there's something worth your attention in here. A commander's cloak increases the range of all officer abilities by +1. Well, that's going on us. It's very rare that we have 2 enemies, or we have any enemies in a 2-cell radius right now.
The world will bow.
As nice as it would be. You got more loot. That looks like a good trophy over there. How do we get over there?
Let's seize the opportunity.
That lift. Blind Madwoman. Lucky Jasper was this guy's name? How about you don't come any closer and I don't shoot you? Good argument. Gain true vision, renounce false sight, all will be revealed. Whoa! Was that Abelard? It most certainly was. Thank you, my lord. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what these babbling creeps wanted with me, but it definitely wasn't good. Who are you? Lucky Jasper, the governor's aide and personal Vox operator. Dispatched on starport special orders. What are you doing here on your own? Following Governor Merida's special instructions, namely... Oh, right. It's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it. Wink at Adira. Mr. Splash, would you kindly read all his thoughts for me? She winks back at you slyly. As you wish, Lord Captain. We'll reveal all his secrets in a jiff, though I can't guarantee that his brains won't melt into mush in the process, but that's collateral, right? No need, my lord. I'd rather volunteer everything than let this one rummage around in my head. She might break something, but I beg of you, don't tell anyone or the governor will turn my brains to mush for sure. Why did they send you to the starport? Deliver updated Vox codes and assess the situation. The planet's a real mess. The rebels have found their way into the VoxNet and are eavesdropping. They made proper communication impossible. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium had sent out a distress call before it went dark. Who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot. The prison planet. Urak 5 is silent. Navigators there have always been reclusive. I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or captain that could give me an update, but that's hardly possible. The rebels are blasting anything. Awareness test succeeded. He stops talking a little too abruptly. There's something else you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets. Nothing classified, just personal. Another reason I'm here, my betrothed is missing. Raquel Vekhari, the esteemed Evane Winterscale's personal pilot. Oh, we met her. When the riot reports came from Rykata Philia, Lord Evane headed there personally, and this rebellion started down here. We lost communication. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of the sky. I wanted to find a place that's high up, set up a Voxcast, and send them a transmission. The sky is closed off. Don't try to land. But the blind dogs chased after me as I was running. I tripped and broke to the caster. That's why all members of a voidship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there's always the danger that family ties might disrupt regulation and order. Worry not, she's alive. I met her. May the Emperor protect you 1,000 years and 1,000 more for bringing me such good news. I'll name my firstborn after you. I'll name all my children after you. I like that there's an option to just brutally maim him. I'm going to ask him about everywhere, but... yeah, we've already solved all the other places. Your brothers and sisters lived and died for a great cause, serving the Navigator's house and therefore all of Imperium. He opens and closes his mouth a few times helplessly like a fish, unable to utter a sound. Maim! Yeah, we'll probably maim. Esteemed and honorable scion of the blessed rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, master of the Rykad system, behest of his illustrious father or grandfather or uncle, Lord Evelyn took up residence on Rykad Minoris. You find it curious that the blessed Caligos didn't make him the ruler of our world. Lord Evane is in his blood, but it's the governor who rules us. I think he's been exiled. Do you think the governor can handle a rebellion? Obviously, I'm not a pessimist to say otherwise. I won't tell anyone. You really won't? Well then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. Those rebels are strange. We could have easily quelled a normal riot, but we're not commoners, we're Rykadians, the naval elite of House Winterscale. But those people are vicious, they know no fear. And their attacks are so precise, like they know what's gonna happen ahead of time. That sounds Zinchian to me. It's been a lot clued that like Zinch is the main prominent god here. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. She can see into the future. We'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they've not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my ethereal friends that her future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain's involved. We're looking for the interrogator. I have, but I don't know where he is. I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition. And we'll brutally maim him. He falls to the ground with a cry. His once handsome face has been disfigured by deep laceration. He is missing half an ear and his nose is crushed and twisted. It is unlikely he can afford sawbones capable of restoring his good looks. Mercy, I confided in you and only you. I won't happen again. You were right to punish me. I won't tell anyone I'm not supposed to ever again. Please spare my life. Man, we are a monster. God, 40k is just the worst universe. I'm a noble
Unseen
and a rogue
uncover
trader.
my path.
I gotta maim him. He like broke rank and file. My character looks hilarious. Oh, he is so funny. Look at this. Look at this piece of trash. This absolute goblin of a human being. Just the worst man you could possibly imagine somehow made his way into being the rogue trader. Not so lucky, Jasper, after all.
Trembles beneath my feet.
Hey lads, how we doing here?
Resistance is naught but ashes. I will take you down.
All right, these guys are all really weak. There's the commander. He is obviously my biggest threat. Cover here is not great. I can torch this entire crew with Adira. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, easy. Argenta, I'll put on full cover over here. She could burst fire all of those. And Cassia, I'll put here for buffs. Bruh. Stand united, my brothers.
Deliver us.
Dude, from full cover? Hit 3 times with a burst weapon? That's goddamn ludicrous. Rebel, 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 rebel. These guys are all melee, so actually moving right here and just killing this guy
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
is a good idea.
At your beck and call. Once you a target. I will do my duty.
I'm gonna brace for impact because that'll hit
It will be
biggest.
done.
I could just go after these guys. But it doesn't put me in a very good spot. But I'm also buffed as hell right now, so maybe I do it anyway. Oh, that is very unfortunate. Terrible low roll. Next up is Bruiser Rebel. That's fine. We're going to do a cone attack. Concentrated fire. Why 0% chance? There we go.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Is a prayer.
That worked pretty well. Run a gun. This guy's definitely more serious. Give him the punch. All right, these dweebs are moving in, starting to move in. I could actually move Cassia up and do a lidless stare and hit 4 of them or 4 of them. Dudes, you know what? I'm gonna do that.
Emperor, give me strength.
can't heal myself with that. Let us get some temporary stuff up and going. Actually, I think what I'm just going to do is I'm going to put voice of command on Adira. And I don't have to bring it down. And I'm going to put get back in the fight on Abelard just to give him extra HP. Yeah, you can absolutely blast the crowd. So let's expose analyze weakness. Sorry, here first. And then we'll fricassee these dudes with a lightning bolt. I could fricassee all of them. But that's got the rebel commander who has me much more interested.
Will do.
Huge. We got the backfire there too, so it did extra damage on him. I'm going to put a forewarning on Cassia because I'm really worried about her HP right now. And Bob's your uncle. No probs. No probs for Bob's. Now, I could go into melee combat with this guy. I could also. You already have voice of the commander. I could give Adira a second turn right now. Watch this. Watch this.
On it.
Just absolutely gibbing everybody with her. We're massively chunking up veil degradation right now, but that's okay. I got a finest hour available that I can throw on Abelard and have him do some serious damage. You got voice of command on you? You don't. I got 2 abilities left. I do still have to worry about the fact that, like, we have guys coming in here. I am such a bad shot, though, that, like, using a gun at all is almost always a bad idea. Don't forget about the mines. I guess that's what all these explosions here are. Hi, Mona.
There is no
gonna do that.
mercy found in my heart.
That takes all movement points too, does it? Man. Hold on. We have a kitty cat coming in to say hello. GG, bro. My download is finally done. Time to play for myself. Enjoy, Radical. Absolutely enjoy. Here's a cat to say you off. The real rogue trader. Biggest Mona. The biggest, moniest cat around. I mean, basically, Turg is just Mona, right? She is heresy. Pure and pure. Oh, you hate kisses. Hates kisses so much. All right. I'm gonna deal with these guys. If I move here and strike you,
Tried and tested tactics
watch this.
are the best one. Victory is imminent.
Oh, he dodged it, but he is now within range of me. And if I have 1 AP, okay, so
At your beck and call.
It knocks his gun out of the fight, which is one of the things I was concerned about. If the target is under voice of command, they immediately make an attack of opportunity against an adjacent target.
I will not stoop to this.
I mean, would that work?
I reject the very idea. I will triumph.
It would. Oh, I didn't actually mean to move, though.
Purpose guides me.
I took care of this one.
And we haven't commanded anybody. Or, like, made anybody a servant, I should say. I'm gonna make it Cassia, because she's the only one I can target. Locke, hello. How you doing, dude? Welcome. Uh-oh. Ow. Oh, hot damn. Oh, I'm one off being able to reach him.
It will be done.
The crit? I forgot all about the commander. Yeah, so I'm getting 2 shots around with Abelard here. Even though this ability says can no longer use attacking abilities on current turn.
I will do.
And I'm not sure what it is that I got going that's letting me get away with that. I mean, I'm not really complaining about it, but it is just peculiar. Woof.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
You're currently my best shot. Oh, you can't see him?
At your beck and call.
Yeah, I whiffed that then. All right, that was a big waste.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Put Cassie in a cover.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
And then put some buffs on
I'm not
Argenta.
accustomed to being ordered around.
Anything else?
Dara's the last one before he goes. Can you reach him from there? You can. 12 to 28 or 8 to 16 and burn damage. I guess we'll do 12 to 28 and hope for like a crit.
I know what is to come. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
He will at least be wounded. I should probably chill on the warp, but... Oh, you whiffed it. Argenta, be a dear and put a hole in him. Thank you. Oh, no, 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 no. Nothing good. Oh, we didn't loot him. Boots. Whenever the target deals damage to an enemy, the wearer has a chance to gain 2 movement points. That's very good for Abelard.
Embrace true power.
Trash. Trash. A large medkit. Restores 9 plus Medicae divided by 4 wounds. Whoa.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Turret was placed in a great hurry, but the Technomat never had a chance to activate it. That's the way to that elevator, isn't it? So there's loot down that way. And this is the way to... I'm not sure.
Intriguing.
A quiet little room. Caustic smell and oily stains. Promethium was stored here. Must have fallen into the hands of the heretics.
I shall not be deterred.
Tech use test failed.
Failure stings.
I can't use like a melta charge on that?
Seize the opportunity.
Or a multi-key? That's a bummer. I did get multiple attempts to open it, though.
Ruinous favor prevails.
Death World Light Flak Armor. Plus 5 agility. Plus 10% chance to parry melee attacks.
Powers unseen. Uncover my path.
All right. Is this good for anybody? 15% armor is like very bad for light armor. It does give her really good agility. Is dodge based on agility? It improves the character's initiative, dodge chance, and reaction. If a character uses a melee weapon, their dodge reduction is equal to half their agility. Also affects demolition skill. Darshan, thank you for the gift sub. To Bent. Much appreciated, dude. 5 agi can be good if I reach another bonus. Yeah, I'm also realizing, like, our Janet doesn't really get shot that much. And if she's agility focused, she'll go from 67 to 95 dodge chance with that armor. I think I gotta do that, right? That's way better. And somebody's wearing that bodysuit. Or worlds. Dodge against melee, 10% parry. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, might as well. It's better than the other light armors we have. It's a bit of a risk, but I think the agility is really good for her, so I'm gonna do it. How to tell if game is good? Streamer does spontaneous 24-hour stream because of how much fun they're having. Well, I don't know about that, but we'll definitely go a little late today. It's just that like all the worlds are like not that long, so
the world trembles beneath my feet.
It's very easy to just be like, oh yeah, we could do a big chunk of this. All right. I don't want to blow up.
healed.
Okay. That agility bonus also gave her a bonus to demolition.
The Emperor favors me today.
Dude, she failed on a 90% skill check. That's gotta suck. Insurgents walk the crowd right across the mine barrier, seemingly oblivious to the fear of death. One more trap gets us every time. I mean, you guys know how much I love stepping on mines. Ah!
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
Wait, we love the
Blind
edge.
ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
We're like the prophet of the edge.
Don't kill the tech priest. We need to take him alive. Hold back.
Whoa.
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
This is a chonky tech priest. The man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he's alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator.
Not another step. Flee, for I am death.
Oh, I like you.
What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ugh, blast it.
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. Abelard, this is no time to lose your composure. Present me.
Rogue trader von Valancius greets you, honored tech priest, and graciously grants you permission to remain in his presence.
Thank you.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation. The convoy received an order to meet you.
Oh, he sounds so good in my ears.
Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
He's so tasty. How'd you manage to kill a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
Oh, he stares aghast as if he had nothing to do with what happened.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things.
Heretic priest?
Like they're talking about completely different people.
Heretic priest?
But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
The wobble. Oh, he's so wobbly.
Pascal Lehman of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orselio's star charts in the Furibundus system, not far from the void colony of Footfall.
Footfall's Act 2.
You have traveled a long way to come here.
I remember that. You don't know how you caused such an explosion?
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying.
Dude, I love AdMech. They're the only Imperials I like.
For such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted
The Dark
by the
Mechanicum,
Omnissiah
yes.
was not permanent.
Heretics.
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable compensation
Yes!
to my task.
Oh, I love this guy. If the tech priest's voice carried any compassion for the dead, the dry words that crackled from his Vox system did not convey a shred of it. You must be quite devoted to your mentor to willing to wade into this mess for him.
Cessation of vital functions is an unavoidable phenomenon, and therefore an insignificant one. The doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death.
Hell yeah, dude.
With my mentor's words, the Omnicide gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumph in service. I will be redeemed, and I will triumph.
I invite you to join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Hell yeah, dudes. We got a full party. He's an operative. He's a Forge World tech priest. Lore, warp, lore, Imperium, -30, -30. But he gets +10 to tech. Which absolutely means... we give him the tech gauntlets. Wow, that's hilarious. Somehow you have 67 as if this... oh, the Holy Vestment gives you +2 times part machine rank to tech use. Well, that gives you 70 tech use, which I am very, very okay with. Medium vestments, 20 armor. Logic divided by 10% armor. So 45 divided by 10, so an extra like 4 armor. Yeah. Oh wow, man, I didn't realize that I could just like hover over these things and it will just tell me exactly what the calculation is. Do I have a good cape for you? Yes, I do. The Reaper's Cape. Because he uses an Omnisaya axe. Oh my god. He's able to wield two-handed weapons at the same time because of his Ogs. Oh, okay. I have to ask. He doesn't know how to use a flamer. But I bet he knows how to use this M40 auto gun. Which feels like a better choice. And then we can give her... I don't know, probably that gun. Confusing and castigating. Enemies targeted by the navigator's power gain a -5 to all characteristics until the end of their next turn. I guess I could like give her 2 staffs and just had her switch, but I don't know. It feels useful having a gun. Super charismatic for a tech priest, yeah. He's got a backpack arm. It rules. And so he's the first character also with a 2-handed weapon. Strike, brutal strike, which hits things even further away from him. Chance to do bleeding. He comes with a frag grenade. He doesn't have Medicae.
Cogitation failed.
Which is a bit of a bummer because I really thought that he would. He's got high int, high weapon skill. And that's kind of it. Oh, he's good at Xeno lore. Yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag here. Give him a handful of grenades. And we'll check his levels. He got tech use as an ability. He got passive learning. Distributes the same number of exploits as when using analyze on all operatives in a 10-cell radius. Okay. Right, he's going to be an int operative is what he's going to be. That makes sense. Oh, we have to level them up so many times, though. Power weapons. Flame weapon proficiency, dual weapon combat, heavy weapon proficiency. Reduces the strength value required for heavy weapons by 25%. That could be good. I could also just give him something like base skill Medicae. Which might not be terrible. Holy hand grenade, I wish. Uses WD-40 instead. First grenade used in combat does not spend AP and does not count towards the attack limit. Oh, that's cool. So his special things here. First attack in combat with any plasma melta or power weapon deals additional damage equal to int bonus. For the remainder of combat, the bonus damage is decreased to int bonus divided by 2. So that's 5 on the first hit. Character gains toughness against burning. While wearing heavy armor, Forge World characters gain 1 movement, 1 deflection, and cannot fall prone. Stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge against any target they hit with a single target attack. Successful crits from single target attacks increase the hit chance and dodge reduction by 20. So he's good to like stick on a single character. Persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. I just don't really see them needing that. The character gains 13 tech use. The character can also re-roll failed skill tests. 1 attempt for each test. Ooh, ha, ha, pa, 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 pa. $15 bonus to parry. Isn't bad. I don't know how this works for him with heavy weapons, because he's currently using an axe. Sorry, I just gotta look at what he has equipped. Two-handed melee weapon. It's a power weapon. So probably power weapons are good for him then. So we're gonna give him int. Gain 10% armor pen. I mean, it's good. It's not the craziest thing in the world. He will have high Medicae, so not being able to use Medikit seems like kind of a waste. Yeah. Like, he's gonna be my best Medicae character. By far. Even as his archetype or origin does not allow it. Like, if he's patching up all the machines, I'd also like him patching up all the humans. I'm going to do it. I'm going to give him Medicae. Now, exposed weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower by int bonus. Perception. You're not a perception guy. Inflict a spear is not terrible, but... Operative suffers 3 times int bonus less damage from enemies affected by exploits. I'm almost definitely going to give him that. I just want to see what other ones, because we got a couple of points here we got to go through, so... If an enemy affected by an exploit within 5 cells from the operative attacks the operative or their ally, they suffer +1 additional exploit. That's not bad. Perception bonus. Sharpshooter. Perception. Operative allies gain operative's int bonus while attacking the targets affected by exploits. That would also be really good. Joint offense. Yeah, okay. Let's give him int again. Actually, I'm going to give him weapon skills just so that rounds up to 60. Precise attack, perception-based, joint analysis. Until the operative's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal int damage. That's very good. Their next non-area attack intimidates, based on perception and int. Tactical knowledge. The operative removes one exploit from each enemy. If there's only one enemy in the area, the operative removes all exploit stacks. All allies gain armor until the end of combat. And if 4 or more exploits are removed, the operative gains plus number of removed combat's damage until the end of combat. Wow, that's also really good. We'll probably get that for his second ability, but joint analysis absolutely makes sense. Logic. I'm going to give you plus 10 tech use. Here, I said I was going to take joint offense. Operatives' allies gain operatives' int bonus divided by 2% hit chance and crit chance when attacking targets affected by exploits, which is basically everybody all of the time, especially if I have 2 operatives, which I am going to have almost always. And a common talent. Woof. I mean, that's really good. And it will only get better as we get more int. He is also dogmatic, though. Shocking. But he's not locked in to dogma, so we can probably still turn him. All right.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
We get lots of loot. All of their eyes are ruthlessly burned. Oh.
Let me guess. It
Ton of
involves
stuff.
the drill on your mechadendrite? There's no need, really. My burden suddenly doesn't feel heavy.
Bit of Bance. Activate the turrets. Sin Skin. 25% armor. Plus 5 dodge if the wearer's agility is more than 40. That says more than 40, so I don't think it will work. No, it won't. It will work on her. Agility 65. Oh, that makes sense. Huh. Well, that gives her an additional 10 armor. If I got a point of agility in her, like, that's worth keeping. But for right now, this is technically a little bit better. Her demolitions drops a tiny bit, but yeah, it gives 10. The extra 10 armor is pretty worthwhile, I think. Profane violation of the algorithm.
I tread a path unexplored.
I mean, logic?
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Oh!
Crush them!
It's a lot more people than I was expecting. I don't have a ton of cover here. They're not going to be able to get into range. Let's just put you back here. I'm going to put you back here. Abs. I'm going to move you there. I know that's a bit strange, but and Cassia, I'm going to put you here. Oh my god. Oh, this is so good. Concentrated fire. I was hoping I could hit them with the flamer, but
doubt is for the weak.
what? You missed every shot? Woof. Activate the HMGs and they don't have bayonets to charge them? Why yada. Oh, they're so far away. I can't even like get close.
There is movement in the Imperium.
I can't even hit him with an analyze.
No can do.
Just pass. Oh, okay, so I can just hang in the back here.
Me?
I think.
If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
We could probably just chill. Oh, wow. You can't even hit anybody, can you?
As the Emperor commands,
I just want to see what this looks like. All right.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
A tactically sound approach.
Abelard, you're gonna vibe here for a little while.
I'd rather not.
Oh, that would have been so good. I guess they're all behind full cover. All right. Pascal, I didn't move you at the beginning because I forgot that you existed. So I'm just going to move you back. What are your abilities? All weapons in a huge area gain additional effects. Allies' weapons recoil is reduced by half for Tech Priest's int bonus round. Enemies suffer penalty to dodge. Enemy weapons recoil is increased. And the other ability is banishment. Reduces the damage dealt from the target's attacks by 30% for 1 round. Targets with reject the flesh suffer shock damage. If the target is a mechanism or machine, it suffers shock damage instead, and it's reduced by 25% until the end of combat. Okay, cool. Sure. Let's do that. And Oh, I can actually buff these 2 turrets. So we'll do that. I so relate to him. I love Pascal. He's got good vibes. I'm picking up what he's putting down. I mean, I really can't do anything here.
Ruin beckons.
Let's just buff our homies. Don't shoot my turrets. Or, I mean, shoot them instead of shooting me, that's for sure. I'm really worried about what these turrets are going to do. Like, I'm like scared to move forward right now. Do you have concentrated fire on? You don't. Let's change that. Why are so many of these guys at 0?
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Damn, dude. Such a beast.
That is not my destiny.
All right. That's really how we're going to play this. I will move up.
Cover me.
I want the turrets shooting the guys in the back. They're like further ahead, so. It's like deleted that guy. Absolutely and utterly deleted him.
I'm afraid not. Do not dare ask.
Can I buff the turrets with officer commands? Oh my god, I can. Oh, I could have just turned the turrets on. Hell yeah. That's it. Good success, everybody. Great success. Absolutely gibbed the entire army.
Let's seize the opportunity.
So much trash.
Powers unseen uncover my
Streets of the capital. Arc militants extremely versatile with all kinds of weapons. Dude, I haven't even like started looking at like the prestige classes and how we want to build people. I mean, I guess we will in time, but... Your Lordship, Private Camillo Regius, ready to escort you to the command center for your meeting with the governor. I regret to say that the convoy sent to meet you was ambushed and took critical losses in fighting with the rebels. In other words, I'm the only survivor. However, the rebel force was destroyed as well. Success to failure ratio of combat objectives completion for this world's military speaks to its subpar efficiency. I will advise the local ruler to seek my fraternity's aid in upgrading their troops to servitor maniples. Your uniform looks weird on you. It's like you belong to maybe somebody else. Apologies, your lordship. It's a new uniform. The guards are a difficult situation right now. We don't often get issued whatever's left, and it isn't always the right size. Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. You're hiding behind beaming hues of faith and loyalty. Fair, I guess. In times like these, if you give in a weakness, you're done, and I'm not done with life just yet. That isn't trash. That's a fine selection of merchandise. Idra winces, glances at you, and shakes his head. How'd you make it out alive if your entire convoy perished? The Emperor protected me. I didn't run, your lordship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by my commander's side until the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that attacked us. The captain succumbed to his wounds, and the others had already died. Yeah, okay, so this guy is clearly... I love that I just have 2 telepaths, like, that are just like, yeah, that guy's lying. Like, this guy's full of trash. The ungrateful rabble rose in rebellion against the planet's lawful governor and his lordship, Caligos Winterscale, our ruler by the will of the Emperor. They're heretics deserving a most terrible death. Order will be restored. We have to take this avenue. It leads from the starport right to the command center. It's a short walk.
Intriguing.
We can't walk straight across. I'll show you a safe way around. Oh my god, we leveled up again. I spend more time leveling up than I do playing this game some days. Ooh. But this is our heroic ability. The target of finest hour gains more bonuses plus extra damage. And until the end of combat, the target gains the effects of voice of command. All negative effects are immediately removed. Until the end of the officer's next turn, they cannot die. Target gains temporary wounds until the end of combat. 3 times fellowship bonus, which is 6, so 18 temporary wounds. That's pretty good. That's like almost double health for most people. During their extra turn, any kill made by the target restores 1 AP and 1 MP up to 6 times. The target can redirect the ability with the remaining AP and MP to another target. Can I take that? Like, that basically just means I can use it on Abelard and he can just like chainsword through all of the rabble in a single turn. Like, he has 4 AP base. That's basically like 10 kills potentially in 1 turn. I'm gonna take that. Abelard's Daring Breach. Store all AP and MP and gains 3 MP until the end of turn. Grants 10 movement point. Does not provoke attack as opportunities. Warrior gains 4 MP for each kill and may use their MP after attacking or using abilities. Until the end of combat. Oh, that's incredible. Are you kidding me? That's like the best ability ever. Once he uses Daring Breach once, he can run, kill someone, and then get into cover. He becomes a priority target for every enemy hit by the melee attacks. The warrior gains 20 parry and 2 deflection. Yeah, no, this is unquestionable. It's this is such a good ability. I don't have things like that. Looking like a lord. Big level pinballer. Oh, you also get a skill as an operative. Dismantling attack. We've never once used this. The operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat. That makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. Do you always start every combat with 0 momentum? I'm just wondering, because I feel like I keep not using momentum abilities, thinking it will pass over to the next combat, and I don't think it does. Target cannot move. Target's MP is reduced by 3. Dismantling attack also cripples the enemy. Dismantling attack also intimidates all enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target, reducing their dodge and armor. Let's do that. Why can't I increase awareness any further? I already have it. Oh. Logic, tech use, Medicaid. Why do you only get bonuses to int things when you are not an int user? I guess because she's an operative. Right now, Cassia has warp lore. But I don't know if I'm going to keep her. Like, I don't think I am going to keep Cassia. So maybe I give you Warp Lore then. I don't need logic and tech use. We have Pascal, and we're definitely going to be using him. He's amazing. Adara would need a gun to use her heroic free auto hit. Oh, maybe. Psyker becoming too aware. Yeah, I'm going to go Warp Lore here. Until the end of your soldier's turn, they gain 4 MP, and their attacks do not spend MP. Soldier's rate of fire is increased by 30. All the soldier's attacks are 20% harder to dodge. Until the end of combat, the soldier's ranged attacks gain 10 armor pen. It's not bad. Each of their area attacks deals additional damage equal to the number of targets attacked. I also like that. I'm actually going to do that one. Because she does a lot of AoEs right now. Cassio, we'll make it that they can't die. Your fellowship's really bad, so... And you're going to pick up... Good question. Let's go with dismantling attack. And we'll go with logic. No. I think I'll go with Medicae. Yeah, I think I will. All right.
The world will bow.
Large and heavy plowed down the entire street. You can only guess what caused such a damage. Temple's tower collapsed into the pavement.
Would you look at that?
Looting bodies. Temple door does not budge. It may be blocked from the rubble. It is.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
Oh my god, we can just like open chests. 100% chance. Traces of a recent battle.
The premonition runs true.
I didn't read all that. Suggested that's something. The remains of my squad. Once we've put down the rebellion, they'll be given the last honors they deserve. The battlefield looks highly suspicious. Half your comrades never even had a chance to draw their weapons, and the direction of the shots as well. The attackers knew exactly what path the group would take and how large it would be. The enemy is smart and cunning. Perhaps they were watching this. I must report this to the governor. Too many parts of your story fail to add up. I'm beginning to wonder if you are a traitor. I swear, your lordship, I might have gotten a few things mixed up from inexperience, but that's why they don't add up. Please, let's lock to the command center. I must carry out my orders. Once we get there, you can have the intelligence run a check on me. I'm a loyal soldier, and that's the truth. Do not believe him. Pale green is seeping from his every word. I know the color of deceit well. I once mistook Felok's words. Humble, full of sweetness. In truth, they were poison. Times of war, it's better to execute an innocent than have a mole in one's ranks. Aurora will get you the same, Aurora and the final dawn. Rap. Not even good loot.
Hey.
Ooh.
What's that?
My dear, that would be a trap.
I tread a path unexplored.
The Emperor sets my path. I better myself through my service.
Very good. I'm also realizing our formation no longer makes sense because of Pascal. Let's do it like something like this, maybe. That's probably a bit tight. Maybe we should flank out a little bit deeper than that.
Embrace true power.
Oh yeah, that feels good. I like that vibe. The Emperor protects. Pamphlets and booklets are strewn around the dormant cogitator. Devote their life to serving the Emperor in the ranks of the Astra Militia. Suffer not the traitor. Errant rubbish lies scattered between the seats, covered in stone dust. Rebel, rebel. Explosive barrel.
Intriguing.
Ah.
The absurdity of your struggle amuses me.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
There's really not that many of them. Let's put Cassia here. I'll put myself here. And then Pascal and Abelard. I'll put there and there. Adira gets first say. Fire starter rebel. Uh-oh, does that guy have like a Melta? I want to learn what the different symbols mean. Rebel trooper. That's probably this guy. Yeah. Oh, he's very weak.
Will do.
Being lit on fire is obviously my biggest scare here. So
Was it you? Or
I'm just going to start with that.
will do.
Light sources grow painfully bright.
I've suffered.
Yeah, that could have been worse. Dodge, we're burning. I didn't have the right weapon out. If I move there, I could power swing and kill both of them. I don't know if that will attract an attack of opportunity. Is the only thing. So why don't I just do this? Dodge! Incorrigible.
Indeed. At your beck and call.
I guess that's it for you. Good grief. They're in a perfect line.
This is unacceptable.
Can't be used when there's melee armed characters next to you. Oh, that's a bummer. Ah, all right. Plan B.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Eradicated.
Let's just blow people up.
I'll do it.
That's plan B. Just nuke them.
Doubt is for the weak.
Cover. Boo. Oh, there's a lot more of them. Okay. I see, and they have more fire throwers, melters.
Yet iron knows no pain.
Sweep and strike. 35, 27 to 30, 27 to 30. This one affects bleeding. Just like I'm stuck in the open here no matter what I do, it looks like. Jesus. That's a fun weapon. Let's use that for sure. And we'll let everybody trigger weaknesses as well. You're basically stuck there. I can't do anything about it. Cassia on the other hand. You also can't do a ton. But
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Abelard can.
If only that were possible.
Now's your chance, Abelard. Make up for missing the first time around.
Reduced to dust.
Attaboy.
At your beck and call.
Attaboy. I really should make sure that I have her staff out if I'm using abilities. Because I think even officer abilities count towards this. Ah, and I can use this to get rid of burning on somebody.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Of course. Good work, Cassia. Tech Priest turned him into jam. Yeah, there's more guys this way too. Yeah. They really got us on a good choke point here. All right, biggest Turg. You don't have the ability that makes people not be on fire. Which, I'll be honest, I wish you did. What did we take for? If the noble and servant are adjacent to each other, they gain temporary wounds. But that's the only one of those I've taken. Yeah, okay.
I will triumph.
I'm gonna make it you. And I hope that that counts as adjacent. I don't know if it does.
I need no guidance.
We'll let Argenta take an extra shot here. 72, 95, with a chance to penetrate through all three of them.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Still pretty good. Can I really complain about that?
High momentum.
32. Dude, I love this weird shotgun we have. I'll take a 44 Deadeye.
Guides me.
Full AP and MP. During the extra turn, there is no attack limit. I'm thinking about basically just moving Abelard up here to kill that guy off. Because I think I could move him and then probably charge. Let's do it.
Guide my hand.
It will be done. We should deal.
That feels pretty good.
One fewer target.
I also just identified something. It sounded like a mine. Oh yeah, and he can like move when he kills things now as well. He got that special ability, which is incredible. What he doesn't have is a shot on any of these characters. But he does have a perfect shot on him. So 95% chance of miss. Oh my god, he rolled a 99 on a 95. Apple Lord. It's your time next. I don't understand what this does. I think it passes his AP to somebody else. I think I also could have just taken a second shot. I'm a dum-dum. All right, whatever. Yeah, one attack left. Yeah. I goofed it. It's okay. Rebel Trooper and then the Firestorm Rebel. They're pretty far away. He's dead.
On it.
We'll just light him on fire. And then start focusing the other guys.
Anything else?
Abels. Look who's ready to party. Now. It'd probably be pretty dumb for me to just like run down here.
Follow my lead. Attention to detail is the key.
Uh-oh. Spaghettios. Somebody else will kill him.
Indeed.
One. And yeah, a second shot again.
Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
So it must be... Well, now I really just have no idea anymore.
At your beck and call. Reduce to dust.
I'm not going to say no. It's for darn tootin'.
Rejoice in battle.
95 with the bolter. 95 with the flamethrower. I feel like we don't get the flamethrower enough, people. Interesting. I don't think our flamethrower is working. It appears to have some severe problems. Heroic from Vegas make him to use all attack points until the end of combat. Oh, baby. Hello again, Mona.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
I like this power axe. I like it a lot. Might as well cast that again. Cassia can put out his flames.
I'm a navigator, not a servitor. That is foolishness.
He's just out of range. Okay.
Me?
She might have a shot.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
I will not.
She don't. It's fine. During the extra a turn, there is no attack limit. The heroic from Biggest make him use all attacks until the end of combat. Like that new upgrade we just got. The target can redirect the ability. During their extra turn, any kill restores AP and MP. But that's not what was happening. I guess it's maybe they just get that ability for the entire turn. Not just their extra turn, but like the whole extra turn. This is fine, dudes. I literally just have to wait for this person to like get closer.
The future on the battlefield.
I really can't do anything else until they move up. Unless...
It will be done.
No! Did you break? No, you're okay.
I will do my duty.
You got it.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
If you switch weapons a lot, sometimes it gets a little cranky.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
This poor dude didn't even get a turn in combat.
I woke up with a feeling.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on tactics.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Hell yeah, dudes. Crushing it. We actually buckled that. Hand flamers. I don't know. I think we could just probably throw those in the cargo zone. I only got like one person who can use flamers anyway. This is the secret goods we found. I need to go both ways. Let's go down first. Stub carbine. Rate of fire 1, range 9. Okay, it's just like a two-handed Deadeye weapon. That actually might be good on Cassia. Right now, she's using a burst of fire weapon, which is like 50% chance of overpen. Yeah, that's way better for her. That never is going to get old to me.
Let's seize the opportunity.
Success is measured in blood, yours and your enemies. Artifacts. Yeah, there's a lot going on down here. Need to go get food if you're tired by the time I'm back. Thanks for the stream, my dude. Have a good time. Food in the stalls is covered by a thick layer of stone dust, abandoned in a hurry. Loot, 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 loot. Blind madman. Numerous pumps, compressors, and other machines are thrumming away in the lower levels.
Trembles beneath
We'll check up here.
feet.
Loot. Loot. Explosive barrel.
The whispers told me a
Unexplored.
secret.
Boom, boom.
Never doubt me.
Ah, man. Two paths diverged in the woods.
Embrace true power.
That's a lot of cultists. That's a lot of cultists.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Rebels up here as well.
That wasn't so difficult.
The shuttle must have been shot out of the sky by a powerful weapon. Rebels down here, a clear path, lots of goods.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
These guys don't seem too bad. Go down. All right, actually, we'll go back down.
Let's see.
Dude, this place is huge. This place is much bigger than I thought. Nicely done with the thematic Xbox, thank you. Took me a bit to put that together.
Join me in prayer.
Look no further.
Huh? What was that noise? Must have been the wind.
Your struggles are in vain.
Your emperor won't save you.
I mean, why not, right? Oh, this is a very good spot to be. Let's actually put Adira there. These poor guys. What? You don't have line of sight over this half-cover wall? You have line of sight to this one guy down here.
I'll do it.
God damn it. God damn. Here I thought I was being really smart, starting this like in our favor. She's so useless. I mean, she's not normally that bad.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
I don't want to be lit on fire here. No point in wasting that. Yikes. Oh, that's a grenade waiting to happen. Or a lightning storm.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
What do you got for me, Adira? Can't see anybody. That is some Lord Bull Poopy. God dang, dudes. Now you can hit him. But also, like, if I put you here, you can probably hit anybody. No, angles are still really bad on these stairs. All right, let's drop a weakness on him. And then just hit him with a psychic scream.
Why did I not foresee this?
Untamed power, perils of the warp. Dude, I literally had like no veil degradation and that's still triggered. That's wild. Pascal. Hurting. How often can you do this? 2 AP. So pretty much as often as I want. And it's a very good ability to use.
Request approved.
Just turn around. There's just a gun turns around the corner like on this giant machine. Opens fire.
I won't waste my time on that.
You don't have line of sight on anybody. Abelard, you serve me.
Closer.
Let's get my boosts.
I will triumph.
At least.
I need no guidance.
And then I can use your sniper rifle to just dome somebody, probably. Acolyte, cultist, anointed. These guys are 11. You have 20.
Victory is imminent. One fewer target.
And a crit.
High momentum.
Part of me wonders, like, if I move back, but I guess nobody else can see me is the other half of this. The music, oh man, the music in this entire game has been incredible. It's so good. 40k games just have, like, the best jams.
As the Emperor commands,
I'm gonna do a concentrated burst here. Drop his dodge chance a little bit. 2%.
I'll do it.
Mother of mercy. You ain't hitting nobody today. This guy's next, but he's also like melee, right? So oh, I can't hit. I see. All right.
Reduced to dust.
Can't see that guy in the back. Is the problem. Okay, so this isn't like the most efficient, but also like they can't really get at me right now either, so what does it really matter? Dark Prayer.
I'm afraid not. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
Adira can kill the two of these instantly.
But of course. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
And I love killing people with psionic powers. Operative immediately inflicts an exploit on all enemies in combat that makes a free attack against a target. That attack always hits. Second weapon. Against every enemy in combat will be an automatic critical hit. That's what it does. Does that mean that triggers both effects? Can't see anybody.
If only you knew what awaits you.
That is so good. It doesn't even like kill her momentum very much. All right. The rest of these dummies can charge their way up. It still doesn't give you a line of sight, does it? Don't do anything then. You have a shot on him, you can take it. We're holding a very advantageous position, so we can just stay here. I don't even know if Abelard has a shot. He does. Guaranteed crit on whoever he shoots, so that's nice.
I will do my duty.
You gotta love it.
At your beck and call.
Oh my god. Biggest turg. Got no shots. Give her voice of command. And then pass. It's like a crazy no chance first fire. 22. 30% on a burst fire. How does that even make sense?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
How is burst fire more likely to hit?
Doubt is for the weak.
Because maybe it will just blow up the cover. I guess that's fair.
Victory is imminent.
Abelard's really good. He just does everything I want him to. That guy's out of range right now, but I'll tell you, if I was to go here, he wouldn't be. So if I go there, I could analyze him. And then I could just hit him with a psychic scream, probably. And our problem is solved. All right.
The world will bow.
Ah, so many cultists. What do we get? Chainmail.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
I tread a path unexplored.
Loot, 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 loot. Hella loot. The fountain's merry murmur seems to mock the surrounding chaos and desolation. A mesh vest. 30% medium armor. 5% armor against ranged attacks. I mean... Oh. You're telling me a heretic would have to wear this? You could also wear it, Adira. It would drop your dodge. 5 armor against ranged attacks. I do feel like this is probably good for me. Oh, yeah. It's kind of got like a chaos mark on it, too. It totally does have a chaos mark on it. I'm wearing it just for style points. I don't even care about the stats anymore. Loot that body.
Trembles beneath my feet.
Hey. What's this all about?
The Emperor sets my path. When the faithful are idle,
Careful, Argenta.
Duty prevails.
The final dawn is nigh. I can feel it. Blind madmen aimlessly roam among the ruined streets.
My ascension has only just
can we go down here? Oh, we
Powers
can.
Unseen, uncover my
Do we want to? Man. Let's just finish the sweep up here. Because I'll get to explore that en route. Shut off the steam. Mechanical door leads to the lower levels of the upper way. All right. Dude, this map is huge.
Embrace true power.
I didn't realize. Reduce your base armor by 5, but who cares? We're looking good in it. I mean, base armor by 5, but 5% chance not to be hit by ranged attacks. I feel like that's a good trade.
Intriguing.
Shut off the steam.
Imperium guides my gaze.
Loot. 2 fire grenades, another med kit, a bunch of other cargo. These like massive God Emperor statues all over the place. Oh, nice. So I can actually get up around these guys now and attack them from behind.
I tread a path unexplored.
It looks like. Yeah, for sure. That's a way better angle. All right. Loot, loot. This place is much bigger than I thought. We have an entire underway left to do as well. Then we obviously have like a cool secret access down here, which I want to explore. We'll do that probably instead of going down that way, but there's no way I'm leaving loot left behind. So I'm going to have to leave it at that for today. We're already 2 hours over. I got to leave it at that today. We're going to be back tomorrow with more though. So, you know, join us for that. We watch some more. We do some more rogue trading, some more heresy. Thank you for joining me in the meantime.